Boom. Hey, folks. How's everyone doing? It's a Tuesday. We don't usually stream on Tuesdays, but I wasn't feeling great. Mrs. Runkle's not feeling great. I think I might be coming down with something. So let's help that out by doing some streaming and maybe not as late as usual. But yeah. So today they went for, well, a long time because they are here to play, but a lot of what they were doing today we can cut, thankfully, because a lot of what they were doing today was what I call housekeeping stuff. And what I mean by housekeeping stuff is like there's a certain portion of trial where they're just trying to get evidence in that like they need in and nobody really disputes all that much, but you need to get it in. So, I mean, you'll get stuff like a drug trial where there's an expert witness who gets up to testify. Yeah, I tested the drugs and the drugs are drugs. And you're like, okay, awesome. And a lot of today was like that. Now, it sounds like I'm trying to tell you not to watch, which isn't the goal. Because there was some really important stuff here. There was some stuff where I was like, all right, this is important. And all of that was bad for the I seem to be having some connection issues. Let's try to fix that. We're just gonna VPN. All right, VPN is un-VPN'd because I have no idea what the heck that was about, but all right. So, you'll get stuff like that, but little by little, the prosecution is doing a good job of closing off doors that the defense would like to keep open. And this is a problem because the defense case is really a case about you guys didn't properly do your job in order to eliminate the possibility that that these drugs could have, been consumed voluntarily. They could have, because the defense main theory is either that that Eric Richins was maintaining a secret drug addiction, and that secret drug addiction is what ultimately killed him because he got like some hot pill, or that he was, maybe that he got a toxic gummy. Now, I don't think that these arguments are great arguments, but they're what the defense has. They'd actually be pretty decent as arguments if A, the prosecution doesn't close all those doors, but B, the big issue that they've got is that Kouri Richins really has hurt herself. Now, one of the things that I think kind of sets the stage for things to be really bad for the defense is that the prosecution is running their case a little differently than I expected. They presented a bunch of the like bad texts and so forth right at the beginning, but they didn't they haven't been showing that right yet. And what I mean by that is that they're going to bring that stuff in later. I expect that we will see towards the end of the prosecution's case, they're going to bring in all her bad texts, all of those things, and it's gonna look worse and worse. Right now is the soft playing. Right now is where they're trying to just slowly build up the, A, how he died, but B, that all of the other explanations don't make sense. Now, the other thing we got to see is Attorney Ramos. Now, we all saw yesterday he engaged in behavior that I think could best be described as him being an asshole, right? And what I mean by that is that he his cross-examination was good on paper, right? And if you were reading a transcript of his cross-examination, it looks just fine. The problem is if you're actually watching his cross-examination, he comes off as a total dick. Now, there is a time and a place for exactly that kind of behavior, right? There is a time when you want to be sitting there dunking on a witness. And I can guarantee you, in other trials, you have seen lawyers acting worse in the sense of like being a bigger dick, but you liked it and you enjoyed seeing it. You were like, yeah, go for it. The thing is that those are trials where the defense lawyer earned it. And I'm going to point to some specific moments. Jackson cross-examining Dieter or whatever, I think it was Jackson cross-examining Dieter. You're like, get her, right? Cross-examination of Proctor. You're like, get him, right? Go hammer that guy. In the Uvalde trial, you got to see both styles of cross-examination. You got to see the very gentle, polite, nice cross, including of some critical witnesses, where they're saying like, look, I'm really sorry. I got to ask you some questions. And I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying, it was a very stressful time, right? Very gentle, very nice, even though they needed to contradict that witness on some critical things, right? And they needed to say that witness was, was not accurate. But then you saw that one officer who just was refusing to accept even basic things like that a rifle is better than a handgun in a difficult, situation. And you saw him start to get a little pointed. You saw him start to get a little, a little snippy, a little like, really? There's absolutely a place for it. The problem that every time I talk about this, I note that you have to earn it. You have to have gotten the jury there before you're there. And what I mean by that is that the jury has to be going, hit him, hit this guy before you do, right? You have to get the jury. And sometimes you'll get like the jury is sitting there and they're going, why aren't you being meaner to this guy? Why aren't you attacking this guy? Why aren't you like, why are you letting this guy lie to you? Why are you letting this guy lie to us? And the jury is getting frustrated and they're getting like, come on. And then by the time you start actually dropping those bombs, the jury is like, thank you. Thank you. Like, we've been waiting for this, instead of what the fuck is wrong with that guy? And the problem is he started off right away and they were in, what the fuck is wrong with that guy? Right? So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. All right. Now, I set a goal. We got 20 minutes left on the goal. And the goal is basically, I ordered a bunch of mules. I thought I would have like a package of mules. And instead, they sent me a mixed package. So it's got like the blackberry basil lemonade as an option. It's got mules as an option. It's got the Tom Collins. It's got the Paloma. I am also going to just open a can of Coke because, caffeine. But if you guys hit the goal, then you guys get to pick which one of those I'll try. Otherwise, it's up to me, I guess. So, all right. So let's jump in, and we're gonna start with officer friendly. Actually, let's start a little bit with the defense makes a very wise tactical decision, which is not to fight over some stupid shit. Because there's some dumb shit they could fight over. and I thought they were going to fight over it, and they ultimately didn't, which I thought was a good move on their part, because they're just not going to get anything good out of where they were going. So yeah, kind of a critical moment for the defense, because they could have really screwed things up. All right, so and we got 300 people. All right, that is kind of fewer than I'd hoped, but I feel like I'm covering the wrong trial. And the reason why I say that is that I feel like I'm covering a trial where I'm competing against every other human on the planet right now, and that I don't do well in that format. So such is life. Okay, here we go.
Conversation regarding chain of custody related to some electronic devices like phones.
Right.
Anything further on that we need to discuss today, or at least this morning?
So, Your Honor, the only two people we need are the person that took the phone into custody,
right,
and the person that can lay the foundation for the extraction.
This was exactly what the prosecution suggested that they would call, right? The person who did the extraction and the person who took the phone. Previously, they were like, we want everybody. And and I said, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't make them bring in the parade of useless people, because I can guarantee you, if you make them bring in the parade of useless people, you're going to piss off the judge. And not only will you piss off the judge, but you will piss off the judge, and the prosecution will find a way to let the jury know that the reason why they're getting bored with this parade of, I picked up the phone out of evidence and then I sent it by courier to this other place, and here's how we know it was untampered with. The prosecution will find a way to drop that little nugget into the jury's lap, and the jury will blame you for it, right? The jury will be like, screw you guys, right? So, yeah.
We don't need anybody else.
The person that can lay the foundation for the instruction, though, might be crime scene technician Gibson, in terms of...
She did some of the extractions.
But she also checked it out to some contractors. She can lay foundation for that.
Is that, Alex, is that enough? It's just Gibson saying...
I want to be clear. I'm only talking about admissibility. You all are allowed to make whatever arguments you want to make regarding weight.
Sure. In reviewing chain of custody witnesses leading up to the trial, we discovered that there was just some irregularities, thank you, as to how the devices themselves were handled.
Okay.
And so that was our initial concern. Now,
so let's talk a little bit about chain of custody. There's a certain point where chain of custody makes something potentially inadmissible, right? And what I mean by inadmissible is like, let's imagine the most ridiculous scenario of inadmissible, right? So the most ridiculous scenario would be something like they're on scene, they seize a phone, right? They put the phone into an evidence bag, but they don't mark the phone, like they don't mark it with like a unique identifier or anything like that. And the evidence bag is left open. They don't seal it or anything like that. They then take the phone and they take it to the evidence locker, where because of maintenance, the evidence locker gets left open to the public somehow, right? They knock down a wall, and it's just open to the air. And somebody goes in there and like moves everything around, right? Some chaos gremlin gets in there and just like, maybe they're just looking for all the drugs, right? They're raiding the evidence locker. They're looking for the drugs. They shuffle everything around. And at the end of the day, they leave the cell phones because they're like, well, we just stole 12 kilos of, cocaine. So who cares about the phones? And so later they show up at trial and they're like, we found a phone in the evidence locker and we're pretty sure this is the phone that was taken because it looks about right. The court is going to be like, look, you do not have enough continuity of evidence to even admit this phone as being relevant, right? It's like, you can't even say that this phone has anything to do with the offense because your evidence collection and keeping was so sloppy that, it's that who cares about this phone anymore, right? It's, that kind of thing. That's like the furthest level. But most situations with continuity of evidence are not that. Most situations are like, they might go to weight. They might go to an argument of maybe this phone is contaminated, right? So let's consider an example of maybe this is contaminated, right? So let's say you've got a knife and they think the knife is the murder weapon. And, or let's maybe not, I'd get a little bit too on point if I went the direction I just thought of going. But, you've got a knife that is maybe the murder weapon, right? And they find fingerprints on it. And they think that those fingerprints maybe belong to my client. But they seized the knife and then they left the knife out somewhere, right? Or maybe it's not fingerprints. Maybe it's DNA, right? Maybe there's blood on this knife that they think is my client's, and not because he was stabbed, but because of the, I've mentioned this before. People stab and their finger slips onto the blade and they cut themselves, right? It's a very common way that the stabber in a murder investigation or whatever else can get their own DNA onto the blade, right? So let's imagine then that this knife was not properly secured. They, there was the crime scene and the knife was out there, but they just left it out there. Now let's imagine my client is a black guy. You might be saying, wait, Runkle, why? Well, let's imagine that there's blood found on the knife that belongs to my client. But let's imagine that some blood of my client was taken and in the possession of a guy who used the hard RN word and then perjured himself about it. And I mean, these facts aren't directly on point, but they're similar on point to the OJ trial, which is part of why OJ walked. I say part of because there's other issues, but you get the issues with continuity here, right? Is that perhaps somebody could have tampered with it. Now, in the OJ case, you didn't have them excluding the Bronco, but certainly you have the case of the jury is entitled to consider, could the blood in the Bronco have come somewhere else? So I see we've hit the goal. I am going to have to set a poll now. And here's the poll. So let's see if it'll let me ask enough questions. So Basil Lemonade drink choice. Basil Lemonade, Tom Collins, add option, Paloma, which will work better if I spell it right, and last option is Mule. All right, start poll. I said you guys could choose the drink, so I will let you guys choose the drink. Okay, going back to the thing.
We believe that everything could actually be said by either Ms. Gibson, if she's the one who did the extractions, or gave it to another officer who then did the extraction. I think really the foundation issue is going to come in through their expert, Coach Deans.
Okay.
who will then say, hey, I used this extraction
Right.
from this extractor, right? And then that will build a bridge.
Okay.
So I think we're going to be fine.
All right.
That was our main concern.
Can you see how much nicer this guy is right now? I feel like he is being nicer already, but he's going to be nicer when he gets back to the witness.
Is just making sure that we know, however they want to put it up, which extraction and who handled them. That's it.
Sounds like this is a non-issue at the moment, Mr.
I think
Butler.
so.
Yeah.
I agree, Your Honor. We'll burn any bridges we need to when we get there.
Understood. Okay. Very good.
He did a runkleism. Did you catch that? He just did a runkleism.
An issue at the moment, Mr.
I think
Butler.
so.
Yeah.
I agree, Your Honor. We'll burn any bridges we need to when we get there.
Understood. Okay.
We'll burn any bridges we need to when we get there. I'm like, lovely. Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, so that's enough of that. Let's go and skip ahead to our first witness, which is really our last witness from last time. And yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning.
I have 6 post-it notes here of just topics I want to talk about. Won't take up too much time. And I do want to be fair to you. I do have 2 things I want you to look at that I think will refresh your recollection in terms of timing. Okay?
Okay.
And this is in terms of when you arrived and when you left. So I've highlighted them for you. Have this. I don't think you need that. You know the codes. So take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna speed this up a little.
Now, having reviewed those, would those documents give you an idea of when you arrived at the Willow Creek home, as well as when you left?
Yes.
Okay. And would it also refresh your recollection to know who was there while you were there?
Yes.
And seeing those, can you tell me approximately how long you were there, as well? Well, how long you were there along?
Holy shit. You see what he's doing? He's talking to this officer like he's a human being. And I mean, when I say like he's a human being, I mean like the officer is a human being and like the defense lawyer is a human being. They're actually just having a conversation now. This is this is how he should have approached things last time. And I will note, we're not going to cover all of it. I will note that he is no less effective today than he was before, but he was also much more personable, much more likable. I think he did a better job today than he did last time. And the only real downside, the only real thing that undermines what he did, like his work today on this witness, is that everybody remembers who he was yesterday. So I feel like, I mean, if he went and got on Twitter and saw what people's reaction to him was, and if he went and watched my stream or EDB or whatever else, because the entire internet was lighting him up. Everybody with an opinion had the same opinion, which was fuck this guy. And if he went and looked at that, then, good for him. Good for him. Because, I mean, I didn't think he'd have it in him to change, course. I didn't think that was going to be an option for this guy. And good for him. It's just he's got to dig himself out of a hole. And the thing I will commend him most for actually comes at the end of this officer's testimony. I think it's the end right here. I think it's at the end of the...
Talk about those other calls. What did you say? You said victim. You specified victim in response to Ms. Shermanak's question. That it was victims looking you in the eye, crying about what had just happened to them. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't
And we're opening the Blackberry Basil Lemonade. I'll let you know how it is.
mention that it was somebody who lost somebody. Correct?
I did not.
Okay. Now, we can argue forever about whether your emotions on the stand or mine are abnormal or not. Correct?
I mean, nobody's arguing about whether your emotions are abnormal because everybody was in agreement, Mr. Ramos, that your emotions were abnormal yesterday.
The fact is, at the end of the day, no matter what Ms. Shermanak asks you or what I ask you, you don't know whether or not or what Ms. Richins was feeling. Correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's a good admission. He's getting good stuff. Go Ramos.
Ms. Shermanak, may we let the deputy step in?
Yes, sir.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you. I take that company. Thank you.
And it looks like the moment I wanted to highlight was actually probably back at the end of his... Let's see. I think it's back here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me walk up there. Starting right here.
Do not disturb the scene unless discussed with both investigations and OME.
Okay. Now, that's very important. You would agree?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we kind of saw some of it in the video. The jury can go back when it goes back to them and look at it for themselves. But you went around the scene. I'll back up. The scene wasn't secure, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then yourself and your two deputies or officers that were with you went around the main floor of the house, mainly the area where Mr. Richins was, and the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
And you moved things around,
Correct.
and you were finding things, correct?
Correct.
And when you took photographs, you didn't put on the photographs or in your report what you moved, correct?
What I photographed?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I photographed? Correct.
Right. The scene that you photographed was an unsecured scene, correct?
I would say semi-secured.
Semi-secured is unsecured, dude. Semi-secured is not the same thing.
Okay. Go back to that whole scene response paragraph that we just read, okay, that we just walked through. Can you find semi-secured for me?
No, it's not it.
Okay.
Because semi-secured is something he's making up to avoid the whole issue, right? Semi-secured is not secured. The whole idea of securing a scene is to make sure nothing moves, because sometimes something, something moving is, it can be critical, right? As an example, I had a detective tell me a story, and I thought this was a great little, great little story there, where at the end of the, at the end of all of this, one of the things that turned out to be critical was what side of the bed the cell phone was sitting on, because they went and they were investigating a murder scene, and the cell phone was on a particular side of the bed. Well, they ended up finding out that, in fact, the they weren't sure if it was a murder scene or not. They weren't sure what was going on. But one of the things that actually raised their concern or their suspicion was that the cell phone was on the wrong side of the bed. The guy was sleeping on one side of the bed and basically always slept on one side of the bed. And, because a lot of people have, habits of that, right? And had their charger on one side of the bed and so forth. But they found it on the other side. And the thing is, that led them to the thing that somebody had picked up the phone and moved it. And what ultimately came out was that they thought about stealing the phone. They thought about taking the phone, but they didn't. They thought about it. They picked it up. They were thinking about stealing it. And then they thought, nah, this ties us too much to the scene. They put it back down, but they put it back down on the wrong side. And that wasn't what got them to conviction on murder, but it was what got them to think, oh shit, this scene, something is wrong here. Let's really go over everything one more time because maybe this is innocent, right? Maybe the guy just put his phone on the other side of the bed for some weird reason, or maybe it's not, right? Maybe it's something. So they went over everything and they found more stuff that just didn't add up. And later they got a conviction for murder. And, but the thing is you have to have the scene secured. Because if it turns out that the explanation for why the phone might be on the wrong side is that some cop who was investigating the scene picked up the phone and grubby pawed all over it and then put it back down on, somewhere else, well, then you missed that piece of evidence. It's gone forever because cop fiddle fucked it. This kind of stuff can happen. I'm telling the story poorly because it's not my story, but yeah.
I have an apology and a thank you for you. Apologize for putting you on the spot. As you know, this is my job. So I appreciate your time. I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
This was a fucking amazing idea. This was great. Because he needed to do this. This was owed at this point. He owed this guy an apology, and I thought it was a good idea for him to apologize and to, because the jury hates this guy, right? And he does get in there. This is my job. And it is. Sometimes I prime a witness with, hey, this is my job. You saw in the Uvalde trial some of the framing with a witness. You can do a little bit of that. And so, for instance, I've gone up to, I had a witness. It was without getting into too much detail, it was a very sensitive case. It was a victim. And the thing is, in this case, everybody agreed, me and the prosecution agreed that this witness was a victim, right? Because it was not a case of did it happen? It was a case of, did my client do it, or could it have been somebody else, right? And so the issue was I have to ask this person who is clearly a victim some tough questions. And so I started off with, hi, my name is Ian Runkle. I'm the defense lawyer. I'm representing so-and-so. I'm going to ask you some questions. Some of them may be difficult questions. And I'm sorry, if you need more time, please, ask. If you need a break, if you need a tissue, if there's anything I can do to make things easier. But I do have to ask some questions, and some of them may be tough questions. That's my job. It's what I have to do. Okay? And they said, okay, right? And they were like, all right. And then I go and I ask the questions, and some of them are difficult questions because you're asking, could you have misremembered this? Could you have some issue? Could you have some whatever? And, yeah, and I see that the I see some people are noting that they don't accept his apology, that they're saying it comes off as performative or fake. And this is the problem. Once you create that impression of you as a jerk, it's hard to get over it. Oh, the State of the Union is happening today or right now? Oh, well, okay. All right. So that's that witness. Also, I saw some people commenting on, and I think I agree. I like Kouri's. Oh, I got to actually show you the thing that I'm showing you. I like Kouri Richins' outfit today. It's I tell people solid colors. Like you always want, no patterns, no text, definitely no pictures. But and Cleopatra, the blackberry basil lemonade one. It's actually pretty good. The tastes all kind of work together and it doesn't taste chemical. So I'm not hating this. But it's a muted color. It looks good, but it doesn't look showy. I like it. And I'm not commenting on her like as a like, hey, I'm not trying to be like, hey, let's, creep on her or whatever. I'm just commenting in the sense of whenever you've got a client who's showing up to, to a trial, people are looking at them, right? The jury's looking at them. And so what conclusions are they drawing? And quite frankly, I think that when the jury looks at her in this, they're probably not drawing any real big conclusions about her from her style of dress, right? So things I wouldn't have wanted to see. She shows up in a shirt that says like, fuck the police or crooks and castles or cocaine and caviar. None of those would be good ideas, right? She doesn't want to show up wearing jewelry. Given her situation, it would have been a real mistake for her to show up wearing like diamond earrings and a big, expensive necklace. Like any of that would be like, no, right? So, no, I like this. I mean, it just blends in and it's totally forgettable. That's what I want in a client wearing something to a trial like this. Is I want their outfit to be super forgettable. So. All right. So here we go.
At the foot of the bed, covered by a white sheet.
Whoop.
What time you arrived approximately?
Approximately 6:30 a.m.
When you got there, what did you see?
I was led into the master bedroom where I saw the decedent at the foot of the bed, covered by a white sheet.
Did you at some point remove the white sheet?
Yes.
What did you see then?
The decedent was laying face up with a t-shirt over his face and boxer shorts.
Okay. Did you notice any other objects or things associated with his body?
He did have red fluid on his face.
Okay. How about any medical intervention devices?
Yes.
Tell me about those.
He had a few different things. If I remember correctly, he had AEDs on his chest.
What? I'm sorry, you said what?
AED.
What's that?
The shocking device.
I see.
Defibrillator. I don't think they would have used the defibrillator much because when they got there, he was dead. And the thing is the defibrillator doesn't do a whole lot if you don't have a heartbeat. Like the defibrillator, how do I put this? The defibrillator in movies, you see all the things where it's like, oh, right. And the guy's heart is just flatlined and they use the defibrillator. And my understanding, and I'm not a medical expert, but my understanding is that the defibrillator doesn't actually do anything when you're in a situation where your heartbeat is flatlined. And that instead, the defibrillator is great when your heartbeat is doing weird, crazy shit, right? Your heartbeat is arrhythmic or whatever, and then you're sitting there and it's like pumping, it's trying to get it to the right thing, like to the right pattern. Because, I mean, your heart is actually pretty complicated. Your heart's got multiple chambers. It's, and they have to be synced up, because if they're not synced up, the heart goes like pump into one chamber, pump into the next chamber, right? And if it's mistimed, then it can be like pump blood into chambers that are trying to pump blood back. And, you got to have some, coordination. It's actually incredible just how much, how complicated we are. And like, there's a condition, it's rare, but it is a condition where like even a light impact on like right over your heart can kill you. And the way it kills you is it causes your heart to just not like to go out of sync. And, then your heart goes crazy and you die probably before anybody can do anything about it. It's rare, but it's like a cause. It's often like when it comes up, and I say often, even though it's a rare thing, it has to sort of hit at the precise wrong moment in the heart sinking. But a lot of the cases that are reported of that are sports. Somebody gets hit with a baseball or like whatever. They get tackled, they fall, and they hit their chest at just the wrong moment, and it ends them, right? And the thing is, it's basically impossible to do on purpose. It just happens every once in a while. Also, we're going to do this. Thank you, Marvin, for 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. I'm also just going to hit some of the questions that I wanted to hit here. If you can answer, how would you personally approach defending a case like this? Assume same facts, client, and the need to go to a jury trial, no plea deals. I mean, I don't think they're offering her any plea deals that she would want to take, because the plea deal is basically probably going to be go to jail for the rest of your life. And she's like, I'd rather roll the dice on that. The thing is that this is a very difficult case, and I think the defense strategy is a good one, right? What I would probably be trying to do is exactly what they're doing. I'd be trying to argue, you don't know how the fentanyl got into his body. There are, this guy was taking a whole bunch of meds. He's taken a whole bunch of gummies. He's taken a whole bunch of things. We don't know where that comes from. She knows he's got pain. He is asking her for pain meds. She's getting the pain meds for him because he is, he's desperate for, pain meds. He needs to be able to function. He's bringing in $750,000 a year. But he's destroying his body. Like, his body is wearing out. He's literally like, he's a car that's running on its rims. This guy loves his family. He's doing everything he can for his family. He's living life to the fullest, but he is in agony every day. And so when he says, I need to get some, I need these pills in order to function, she goes and she's the dutiful spouse. She's helping out. She loves him. They have their ons and offs. They have their tensions. They have their issues. She's cheating. He's, maybe. And she goes and she gets some pills. Maybe the pills she got him were bad pills, but she didn't mean to. Maybe maybe the gummies he got were contaminated, but she didn't have anything to do with that. Maybe he got pills somewhere else, right? We don't know if he got pills on his own as well, and she had nothing to do with that. And then I'd argue, like, look, she's got a whole bunch of bad stuff in her search history, and the first thing I'd argue is, judge, keep this out. And the judge is going to say, No, but you try, right? And then once that fails, you say, well, she's got her issues. Some of these are explainable. Some of these are just marital difficulties. And the problem is that at the end of the day, I think they would have a really good case. Like, I think the defense has a winnable case here. A winnable case. If you take away the shit that Kouri Richins did, in the sense of her text messages, her Google searches, the walk the dog letter, all of that stuff. If you take all of those, like all of the digital communications away and the letters and so forth in custody, if you take all of that away, I think I could win this. I don't think it'd be that hard, to be honest, if you take all of that away. With the texts, with all of those letters, I'd be telling her, look, our odds are 10% at best, right? I mean, and it's not quite this. I see this. So they have a great case if she didn't do it. I mean, she could have still murdered the guy, right? If she'd murdered the guy and not done all the searches and not done all the texts or any of that, I think she'd be walking. I mean, and what about the fraud? I think she'd be walking even with the fraud. And I think the walking even with the fraud is you just say, look, she's taken money, but she can't keep taking the money if the guy dies, right? She wants him alive. I'd be saying, look, she, more than anyone, has the most incentive for him to stay alive because she needs him financially. Her entire world is a house of cards, and he was the fucking table, right? You can't take the table off of this, and, and still maintain the house of cards. The only hope she had of ever getting out of this financial nightmare was him. Not murder, it was him. I mean, the murder is a dumb plan. It's a stupid plan. And I mean, it becomes clear that the reason why Kouri fails is because Kouri is Kouri, right? It's everything she does, she sucks at, and she still sucks at this. So, yeah. She thought she would get his assets, though, after death. It wouldn't have fixed her problems. Yeah.
On his chest, and then he may have had some tubing in his knees.
Chris, fingers crossed. Daughter's freaking out tonight. She gets her LSAT score tomorrow morning at 7. We're all setting an alarm to wake up and check what it'll be. I know that pain, Chris. Here's hoping for 170 and up. That's, yeah.
Did you have an opportunity to get closer and look over his body, inspect his body?
Yes.
Front and back?
Yes.
And did you see any evidence of
Also, show us the witness. We've seen enough of Kouri.
injury?
No.
When you arrive on a scene as the OME, do the police department, or in this case the sheriff's office, have other responsibilities that kind of cross over?
Yes. They're not supposed to touch the body until I arrive, but we were working in the same room.
Okay.
So why was that question asked? The reason why that question was asked is because they wanted to help deflect from like the officer not having messed with it. This is a good question. Can anyone take the LSAT? So the answer to that is kind of, but the LSAT actually requires you now to certify that you are taking the LSAT for the purpose of trying to get into law school. And the reason why is my boss, my old boss, not my current boss, my old boss. So my old boss is a guy. I used to work for a company called Test Masters. I'm not being paid for this, by the way. I used to work for a company called Test Masters, and the guy who ran Test Masters was a guy, Robin Singh. Nice guy. But Robin Singh had the record for the most 180s on the LSAT. Most 180s of all time. And he's going to keep that record because he, at the time, was taking the LSAT, every LSAT, in order to get advanced knowledge of like what that LSAT was. And also so that he could say, I have the most 180s of all time. But they said eventually, you can't keep taking it because this is not for the purpose of getting into law school. And so they banned him from taking more LSATs, and they put in that requirement for you to make that attestation. So, yeah, you can't. I do not have a 180. I have 0 180s for for the LSAT. And the 180 is the perfect score. Like, it is ridiculously, yeah. So, yeah.
Does that include collecting evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work with anyone from the Summit County Sheriff
Okay, let's go to some of the critical moments on this.
for States Exhibit 10-1?
Yes.
No objection.
10-1 is admitted. I'm going to publish to the jury.
Please, Your Honor.
Okay.
We jumped ahead a whole bunch here. I could have gotten extra time. I didn't take any accommodations. I didn't take any extra time or anything like that. I just took I took the exam as it was. So, yeah.
Person depicted in the driver's license appear to be the same person who was the decedent who was laying there?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm really glad they didn't show his credit card number there. What did your brother get in his LSAT? My brother has never taken the LSAT. He took the MCAT, and I don't know what his score was.
You can, yeah, okay, good. Now, can you, when you are finished doing your investigation, what do you do with the decedent's body?
Transport is called. We wait until transport arrives, and then the decedent is placed in a body bag, and we have a seal that goes through the 2 zippers to close the body bag.
Okay, so you can't access the body bag without breaking that seal. Is that the purpose?
Correct.
Okay.
And everything is sealed, in order to make sure that, yeah. Still don't know what OME is. Office of the Medical Examiner.
I'd like you to turn your attention to States Exhibit 10-2, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture of the tag that will be placed on the body bag.
Okay, and does that tag have a specific number?
Yes, it is 0002713.
Is that number important?
It helps. The number is correlated with the specific decedent, so that when the body arrives at the OME's office, they can make sure that the numbers match.
Okay.
Everybody gets a unique tag, and and like, it makes sense, right? You know that this is the right body because it's got the right tag on it, right? And yeah, my diabetic son can't take the test in Texas because he can't bring in his phone, and he keeps and he beeps when his sugars go funny. I'm sorry. They should be able to accommodate that, though. If he gets a doctor's note, they should allow that. Okay.
So it's unique. It's not everyone for Summit County is 2713.
No.
Okay. Does this photograph accurately and fairly depict the tag at the scene?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 10.
So that's the tag, right? And the tag is real simple. You might be saying, hey, this is a tag like you might put on your luggage. The thing is that this tag is not meant to keep you out, right? This is not a tag that's intended to prevent you from what this tag is for is this is what is called a tamper evident device. And so tamper evident is not that it prevents. So like to give an example of like different security strategies, right? You might have a box with like a big steel box and like a great big padlock, right? That is designed to make it difficult to get into. But tamper evident usually just means that it's not difficult to get into, but that, like let's imagine that I have a box of ammunition, right? And I want to make sure that I know if somebody got into it. So I put some tape over it and I wrap a string of tape over it. And then I sign my name on the tape, right? So that somebody who gets into it is going to break the tape and then they're going to have a hard time rejoining the tape or creating a new piece of tape with my signature on it, right? That's tamper evident. It's kind of a low scale tamper evident because at that point you're like, well, it's simple, but they make tamper evident stuff that's all sorts of, that works in all sorts of ways. If you go to a concert and they put a, they put a tag on your wrist, right, to say you paid. Well, that tag is there so that, if you rip it off to give to somebody else, it shows, right? That's the whole point of this, is just to say, if somebody goes into this, you will see, you'll notice, right? So, yeah. Okay. So she's basically there to say, here's how I dealt with the body. Here's how I dealt with like some of the evidence, like the medication bottle. Real simple, right? The stuff, we collected the stuff and then that was it. Okay. On to our next witness, because that's enough of that.
Subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Have a seat.
Yep, exactly. And this.
Good morning. Go ahead and pull that mic towards you a little bit just to make sure we don't miss anything. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
David Pimentel, Pimentel.
Where do you work?
I work at the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you?
So this is Pimentel, not Pimento. When I first, it took me like a while to figure out that this guy, I didn't listen to the spelling of his name initially. I thought like pimento, like, the stuff that's in olives. I was like, oh, cool. Yeah.
You worked there.
Almost 7 years.
What's your assignment at the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm on patrol with the K-9 unit.
What about in 2022? What was your assignment then?
That was the same assignment.
You were working as a patrol deputy?
Yes, correct.
Before we jump into the case at hand, I want to talk a little bit with you about the chain of command within the police, within the sheriff's office. So you mentioned that you're a patrol deputy.
Yes.
And above that, there's a patrol sergeant. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's a lieutenant.
Yes.
There's a captain.
Yes.
And there's also an investigations division.
Correct.
And as a patrol deputy, you went out to the scene on March 4th of 2022.
That's correct.
And that was at the 282 Willow Court home.
Yes.
What were your responsibilities that night?
Primarily would be scene security, but I was also tasked with starting a medical log.
What's a medical log?
It's basically a log of any medication that the decedent would have in their possession. We start the log. We take all the medication that's there. We log how much is there. We log everything about that medication.
And that was your primary responsibility while you were.
So speeding this up a little bit, but basically his job is, what meds was this guy on, right? Because at this point they've got an unknown death, right? And the thing is that when they have an unknown death, it triggers a whole lot of investigation, especially if they have an unknown death in a young, healthy guy, right? So they want to know, why is this guy dead? Makes sense, right? And so one of the things they want to check when they're determining why is this guy dead is to see, like, is this guy dead because of some accident? Is he dead because of whatever? And the thing is that sometimes sometimes the people die from mistaken issues, right? So an example that happens all the time is they ask a patient, hey, are you a drinker? And the guy says, I don't drink, or I barely drink. I drink like once a month, right? And they say, okay, we're going to put you on some opiates and you're going to be on those opiates. So make sure you don't drink, because opiates and alcohol really don't play nicely together. They do not play nice at all. And the guy's like, okay, sure. And is put on like, high dose opiates because they got impaled by a post or something. And then one day they're taking their pills and they're going, what does it matter? And they have 3 vodkas. Well, suddenly 3 vodkas plus those opiates equals dead, right? Gone. And so they check, right? Is the cause of this the guy's meds? Was he taking some medication that could cause sudden unexpected death, right? Some of those things.
There.
Correct.
And you completed that log to the best of your ability while you were there?
Yes.
Did you locate medications for Eric Richins?
I'm just going to address this because I don't think that this necessarily follows. I think the fact that he had no THC in his system, and we'll hear that later, does weigh towards him not having any gummies. But it's not proof that he didn't have any gummies, because the thing that I would argue if I was defense counsel is to say some of these gummies might be prepared by like criminals, by organized crime, right? And so some of these gummies might have been made with no THC at all, and instead had fentanyl in them. I don't think it's going to fly, but it's the argument that they'd make, right? And I mean, it's possible. You get guys who snort cocaine that they think is like, all right, I'm going to go party, and they snort some cocaine. And it turns out that the cocaine is 0% cocaine and like 100% fentanyl, and they die in the bathroom. It doesn't mean that they weren't trying to snort cocaine. It just means they were, they got something that wasn't cocaine. They thought it was.
I did.
Where did you look for those?
I looked for them.
I mean, hell, I just, Pulp Fiction. Watch Pulp Fiction. Girl thinks she's snorting, cocaine. She's snorting heroin. It doesn't go well.
In the bathroom, which is where I was made aware that they were most likely going to be.
Where did you look in the bathroom?
I looked on the counter. I think there was a drawer that was mentioned, and then I looked in a cupboard that was above the toilet.
And you were looking for these medications where you were told by Ms. Kouri Richins they might be.
Correct.
And at this point,
she's not really a suspect. She's being helpful. She's pointing them to useful things. So, yeah.
When you're looking for medications, you were aware that Mr. Richins may have taken a THC gummy.
Yes, I was made aware of that.
And while you were looking for these medications, did you see any THC gummies?
No, I did not.
When you looked in that cupboard above the toilet, did you see any THC gummies?
No, I did not.
How do you know that?
Civic is running great. What caused the so for the people who don't know, Mrs. Runkle called me like last Sunday. She phoned me up and she was like, hey, the car is fucked. And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, come get me, the car's fucked. So she was calling for a tow. Well, what she was saying is, I'm going to be late. I'm calling for a tow. Like, I'm going to be late. And I was like, I'm coming to get you. So what it turned out, I went there and they ran the, I turned it on and it sounded awful. Like it sounded like the engine was just gonzo. And so I fired it up and, we took it to the mechanic, and the mechanic had a look at it, and the mechanic is like, here's the thing. it blew one of the bolts that holds the engine in place. So that made the engine super noisy because as the engine is running, it's rattling around and moving. And then the motion of the engine caused it to turn, and that caused it to shred the serpentine belt. So but basically it meant that we had to fix it by replacing a bolt and replacing the serpentine belt. And once those two parts were fixed, it's working great. Mrs. Runkle's been driving that Civic. It's been fantastic. And $650 to get the car running again, which I thought it was going to be new car. So Honda,
I'm on part of my duties on patrol is typically to look for narcotics, and so I have a lot of training and a lot of experience in locating narcotics such as THC gummies, THC products, or other narcotics and paraphernalia that goes with it.
So you're familiar with what those look like?
Yes, I am.
And if you would have seen them on the night of March 4th, what would you have done?
I would have left them where they were at, and then I would have notified the investigations team when they came in that there were in fact narcotics located while inside the house.
And you didn't find any?
No, I did not.
You didn't find any drug paraphernalia?
No.
You didn't find any illicit drugs?
I did not.
Just a moment.
Now, this is important because most drug addicts have shit around, right? If they're on pills, they got pills, right? If they're on, if they're injecting, they've got gear, right? So, I mean, it's possible he's taking his last pill, and his last pill is but it's starting to sound a little less likely, right?
Those are all my questions for you. I expect the defense might have some as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Defense does have some questions, but not a whole lot. I don't know the first thing about writing a children's book. I am a little bit sick. I am pretty sure I'm coming down with something. Tomorrow's going to be rough.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
I should probably not be having this and instead having soup, but yeah. I'm going to push back on this one too. There's certainly not going to be a bottle from 2016 with pills still in them. So here's the thing. Addicts, and I'm not saying Eric Richins was an addict because I don't think he was. But addicts prize pills or bottles like this. And the reason why is because if you are an addict and you're buying pills on the street and you have a pill bottle that is a legitimate prescription, like a legitimate prescription bottle for like whatever drug, you make sure your drugs are stored in that bottle, because now you've got a defense, right? You get picked up with some street whatever and you've got them in a legit pill bottle. Well, you're not going to jail, right? So the other thing is so don't assume that an addict would take all the pills and then throw out the bottle. The addict might burn through all of the pills and keep the bottle because the bottle itself has value to an addict. Straight up. And I mean, I deal with way too many addicts and way too many, these kinds of things, but these are things you might not think about. Yeah. An addict wouldn't have old pills, but would have the bottle until the name rubbed off. Absolutely this. So I know it sounds weird, but the bottle itself is precious. And yeah.
So the night of March 4th, your early morning, March 4th, really, could you tell me what time you arrived at the scene?
I don't recall exactly what time.
All right. Let me just see if this refreshes your recollection.
I mean, I don't know why she's showing this to him. it doesn't matter. Like, this is not going to piss off the jury or anything like that. But I'd just say, if I told you it was like 6:15 a.m. or whatever, would that, does that sound right? You can just tell him what time it was. Like that, you're on cross. Just tell him. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that seems about right. Yes.
So about what time did you arrive at the scene?
Around 3:30 or 3:50.
3:50. And what time did you leave?
I also don't recall exactly what time I left.
Would it be accurate?
Yes, what's written there would be accurate. It would be based on radio logs, which is when I clear the scene or arrive on scene.
So does 5:09 a.m. sound correct to you?
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
All right. So when you got there, who was already present?
I believe that medical was present. I do not recall if there were any other law enforcement present, but I do recall that they were, medical was on scene.
Okay, medical. So EMTs.
Yeah, so when I say medical, I mean like EMT and also the fire department. I just view them as the same entity. So I don't know if it was one or the other. I just know that medical personnel were on scene.
Skipping ahead a little bit.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit 1-28D.
If you don't want the old meds, a lot of pharmacies will take old meds, and also check your local police station, because a lot of police stations, like a lot of police departments, will take old meds if you don't want them. Yeah.
Yes, Liz.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Any objection to admission of states 1-28D?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 128D is admitted. Is there sound for this one, Scott?
There should be.
Yes, Your Honor. I just had it muted. Oh, my apologies. Okay, let me publish. Go ahead, sir.
So describe for the jury what we're looking at here on your body camera.
So this is the cabinet that was above the toilet.
Now, I thought this was interesting because, like, they've got different police departments. This is an Axon camera, because you can see this is the Axon label. Oh, and it says Axon right there. So this is an Axon camera. The other thing you can do if you want to throw meds out, but you don't want to, you don't want to like toilet them. You can seal them in something and send them to the landfill. So like take your old meds, put them in a jar, fill it with like half full with bleach, seal it shut, and then just throw it in the trash. Right. So, yeah.
That I was mentioning earlier that was on the right side as you walk into the bathroom.
And this is the bathroom attached to the master bedroom.
Correct. This is the bathroom that I had mentioned earlier.
Are you opening the cabinet? It's kind of hard to see. We only have the bottom.
Yes.
And what are you looking for?
So again, I'm looking for medication that is prescribed to Mr. Richins.
And that was the counter you were talking about in the drawer.
Correct.
I see some people asking, why shouldn't you flush old meds? The reason why is because a lot of the medications don't get filtered out by like water treatment. And so those medications can potentially end up back in the water supply. And I mean, I don't want to take your old, like, if I have a glass of water, which I try to avoid, I don't want to be drinking your old, whatever, your antipsychotics, your, estrogen, your pain medications, your, all of that stuff. So, don't. So you can see he's going through and he's making a record. All right.
And so you testified that you're looking for medications of Mr. Richins, and you're not doing a full, complete search of this house, are you?
No, I'm not.
And that's because you don't have probable cause to do so.
I don't have a reason to search anywhere else in the house.
Right. And to do a complete search of a house, you need probable cause or a warrant, right?
Correct.
Just a second.
I probably need more testosterone, to be honest.
You're looking in that cupboard above the toilet. There were no THC gummies in there, were there?
Not that I can see, no.
And you opened it up and you looked inside.
Correct.
You didn't see any weed gummies in there.
I did not.
By the way, everybody stores drugs in their bathroom. I do too. Not like any fun drugs, but just meds. And it's actually like the worst place to store medication because like your bathroom gets humidity, it gets temperature changes. So it's the worst place, but we all do.
Ms. Lewis, anything within the scope of redirect?
Can you pull up State's Exhibit 1-8 just for the...
I mean, you're not wrong.
Sure.
Let me know when you want the witness to see it. You'll see it at the same time as the witness, Ms. Liz. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. You and the witness can see it.
Go back over here, I'm sorry.
This guy's got an expression like he doesn't want to be here. He's got the face like he's the accused.
Okay. So in the body cam that we just saw, which is on your left, you're looking at a pill bottle, correct?
Correct.
And you took a photograph of that bottle?
I do not recall if I took a photograph of that bottle.
So the photograph on the right, is that the same bottle?
I believe so.
We'd move to admit 1-8.
No objection.
Okay. State's Exhibit 1-8 is admitted, and anything further on that, Ms. Lewis?
That's the hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you said we saw in the video, you were looking at the cupboard above the toilet.
Correct.
Did you look on top of that cupboard?
I do not recall if I did.
Well, that's a very high cupboard, correct?
You're not wrong. To illustrate just how like cold it can be, I know when I've been laying in bed and I know when my wife is letting the dog in and out because suddenly it's like this wash of cold.
Correct?
Correct. I believe so.
So you wouldn't be able to see the top of the cupboard unless you got up on the toilet, true?
Probably.
All right. And are you aware that later that is where all the THC gummies were located?
I wasn't made aware of that, no.
All right. So when you were looking for the gummies, you were looking for medications. I know you weren't specifically looking for the gummies. But in your experience, do people usually keep illegal drugs just right in their bathroom cupboard, or do they often put them somewhere out of sight?
It depends.
People keep illegal drugs all over the fucking place. So some people are like super careful and their illegal drugs are like in a hidden panel under a floorboard. And yeah, Uncivil, you can't have kicked my ass in hockey because I've never played hockey. So some people are like, they hide it in like some super secret, like stealth thing. Some people have it in like a safe. Some people have their illegal drugs literally sitting on like the table in the room. Right? I had a client who had a mystery bowl of drugs, and the mystery bowl of drugs was like a dish of pills in his living room. And people would go over and he'd be like, "You want a pill?" And he'd shake the bowl at them. And we know this because an undercover officer went into his house and was offered drugs out of a bowl of drugs. And the officer was like, "No, And the guy was like, no, take a pill. And so the officer had to take a random pill out of this random bowl and fake ingest it. Cops have different ways to fake ingesting a pill, to fake ingesting drugs, because this guy had like a bowl of random shit. And like when they eventually seized the bowl of random stuff, it was like opiates. It was like, all sorts of random shit. So like people keep drugs in various different sorts of, ways. So, yeah.
They often put them somewhere out of sight. True?
I mean, they can, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But you didn't look at the whole cupboard. True?
I just looked where there might be medication.
But not on
That
top
would
of
have
the
been
cupboard.
funny, but no.
To my knowledge, I don't believe I looked on top of the cupboard.
All right. And did you photograph that before you started taking things and moving them around the cupboard to document it?
No, I did not.
Let me ask you one other thing about when you secured the bedroom. Who came in and out of that bedroom when you were securing the bedroom?
There were some other deputies and possibly some medical personnel.
Anybody else at all?
I do not recall if anyone else came into the bedroom.
All right. I have nothing further.
Anything further?
No, yeah.
Deputy, you can step down. Thank you. You might take that glass of water with you.
All right. So when I said, hey, they like a lot of this stuff is just kind of functional. That's what's going on there. What is it? I never thought of just mixing all my drugs together and hope I get lucky. I think my doctor would not approve. Yeah, I suspect not. All right, next witness.
University of Utah.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a medical assistant coordinator.
What about in 2022? What was your role back then?
Same role, but I also do part-time EMS, and at that time it was for Park City Fire.
What do you do as part-time EMS? What's that role?
All right, we're going to jump ahead.
5?
I would object.
The witness can still see it.
Oh, she can still see it, you said. I'm sorry. All right, so
It's pretty small.
it is small here too. I can. All right, so
The sound was cut off while they
where
were
did you get
having
the
a-
information that he was possibly having a cardiac arrest?
That's what the dispatch came across as.
So, but you didn't know if that was correct.
No.
And it turned out not to be correct, right?
That he was in cardiac arrest?
He didn't die of a cardiac arrest.
Well, I mean, he was in cardiac arrest. I did not know, and I don't know what he died from.
All right, explain that he was in cardiac arrest at that time. What is the
His heart was not hearting. His heart was like, it was just sitting there. It wasn't doing the things it's got to do. It was a lazy heart.
He was in asystole, which is a flat line, which means there's no electrical activity in the heart. That's cardiac arrest.
All right, so I think
And he was not breathing, obviously.
So as a layperson, I was reading that you thought he was in the process of having a heart attack, but that's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
All right. So that just means someone who is not having their heart functioning at the time when you're called in. That would just be called a cardiac arrest.
Correct.
All right. So that was the information that you based what you did following when you got there.
Yes.
All right. And when you arrived, you spoke with, well, first you said you went right into the room.
Correct. Yes.
And you administered.
I would love to be able to have the budget to do like meetups in the French Riviera, but I do not. I saw a comment that just annoyed the heck out of me. Where is it? When my mom was a terminal cancer patient in hospice, they still would not prescribe her medical marijuana. I think if you're terminal, they should just like give you a shopping list and you can have whatever the hell you want. Like if you want to have some cocaine, awesome. So I mentioned it in the chat, but March 13th, Montreal. I haven't figured out the place yet. March 13th, Montreal. We're going to do a meetup. And if nobody comes, I will just drink at a bar in Montreal. But so I got to start advertising that and be like, all right, come join me, meet up in Montreal. But we're going to, have a thing en français. I will probably be mostly speaking English, though. So, yeah.
Once we got our lines
I've been
started,
to the States
yes.
before, but I'm
All
not
right.
sure when the next trip is.
You also, I just lost the word. You also admitted.
That is awesome.
Narcan. Narcan? Is that-
Yes, we did give Narcan.
Okay, what's the purpose of Narcan?
Narcan is to reverse any possible drug overdoses with narcotics.
All right. But he had been asystole, help me with the word,
Asystole.
asystole for a while by the time you gave him that.
Yes.
And that typically would be helpful if it was given pretty immediate after.
Yes, that's kind of a last effort. Let's try this.
Okay. And then at what point did you go from in the bedroom to, well, let me rephrase that. What did you do next? You gave him the Narcan, you gave him the epinephrine, and what else did you do in the room?
So the reason why Narcan didn't help is that, there's just Narcan helps when the opiates are actually stopping your breathing. But at this point, he was dead just by virtue of being dead, right? He was killed by the, opiates, but he's just dead, right? Like there's not a way to, it's not magic. It can't help fix him. So yeah.
I just continued to work the code until the Park City Fire medics got there.
What does that mean, work the code?
Tried to save him, continuing CPR, trying to figure out why he's in a cardiac arrest.
And you were
Breathing
meeting
for
you
him,
as well.
things like that.
That was
were you able to
nice,
determine why he was
fun
in cardiac
trip.
arrest?
No.
All right. Not at that time, anyway.
No.
And then you left the room, true?
Yes.
And at the point you left the room, you
Awesome.
knew that he was deceased, correct?
Correct.
And
March 13th
you went out
is the
and
plan.
is the first person you spoke to one of the deputies that was there, Deputy Owen?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling one of the deputies that you thought maybe it was possibly an aneurysm?
I just possibly coming up with ideas, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. And at that time, did you know his medical history?
Yes, what I was given.
And who gave you that?
Kouri.
Okay. And she gave you the same medical history that she had already given to the deputies, correct?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the deputies about the fact that he had Lyme disease?
I think I probably told them that's what she told me.
All right.
So I thought the Lyme disease was not going to be a thing. Celestial Heather, the Gundys came and went. I didn't win anything, but I also didn't make it down to do the Gundy, like to go to the Gundys. I couldn't. So, yeah, I didn't win anything at the Gundys. It is what it is. I didn't try this year either. So the Lyme disease thing actually starts making sense because there's a point where they're like, how do I put this? There's a point where they're like, he is taking all these meds, and these meds are for like serious addiction. And I was like, what? What do you mean he's on these serious addict meds? Like, I hear the name of the medications he was on, and my eyes went. And like, I was just like, holy shit. This is great for the defense. Why is the prosecution pulling all this out? And then they're like, is there an off-label use for that? And it's like, yeah, it's used for Lyme disease. And I was like, okay, so he's not actually a hardcore opiate addict. He's just got Lyme disease, right? Like that's it. Makes sense. But yeah, Lyme disease actually plays a substantial role here.
Correct.
You never know how someone's going to react
True.
when they get terrible traumatic news like that.
Yes.
Probably a little bit different for an unexpected death than maybe someone who's been terminally ill, true?
Yes.
Is it fair to say unexpected deaths get a wider range of reactions than someone who's been dying, say, for months than it was expected?
Yes.
All right. Just back to your report for one moment. So everything in your report was done. You were just writing down what you did based on the information you had. True?
Yes. Yes.
And you didn't know if the information was correct at that time. It's just based on the information you had.
Yes.
I'd move again to admit Defense Exhibit 300.
I'll withdraw my objection, Judge, if they want to admit it.
Okay. This would be defense. Give me the number again.
I believe it's
3005.
5, yes.
Katie, is that right? Okay. D3005 is admitted. Is there any part you want to publish to the jury?
Not at this time. I just wanted to admit it.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else for this witness, Ms. Charbonnet?
Just briefly, Judge. So you testified to Ms. Lewis's questions that you had made a guess that maybe Eric Richins died of an aneurysm. Why did you make that guess?
Because he had a lot of blood coming out of his mouth when we arrived in while we were working on him.
And was that happening? When was that happening?
I didn't think aneurysms caused blood out the mouth because normally an aneurysm is like in the brain, right? Or I guess it could be anywhere. I guess it could be an aneurysm like and he bleeds into his throat, I guess. All right.
The blood.
During CPR.
So when you arrived, the blood was already coming out of Eric Richins' mouth?
Yes.
Did you have an explanation for why that blood was coming out of his mouth?
No.
No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Here we go. Within the scope of redirect, please.
I will be in Vancouver, but I won't be
It's
able
not
to do a
unusual
meetup.
to see blood come out of someone's mouth
this
during
weekend.
CPR, correct?
Not normally, but it seemed more than normal.
All right. So the machine, the cool machine, what's it called?
Lucas machine.
Lucas. That can you describe the sort of pressure that machine uses?
Well, it compresses the chest as you would in CPR. It's a continuous compression that, it's like doing CPR with your arms, only more steady than a human can do.
And consistent in terms of the amount of pressure.
Correct, yes.
Whereas humans of different sizes have different amounts of pressure.
Correct.
Also, humans get tired. Humans get exhausted. There's only so long you could do the CPR for. The machine can go forever, right? No, a lethal dose is always subjective. There's no known amount that will cause death in all persons. I mean, I disagree with that. Like 47 kilograms of pure fentanyl will cause death in all humans. You have to be buried in it, but I mean, it will cause death in all humans. But yeah, there is a range, but there is like an LD 100 where 100% of people will die. But yeah, there is a variation. Yeah, there's LD 50, which is the dosage that's fatal to 50% of a population. But there's also an LD 100, which is the dose that is fatal to everybody. And I mean, to a certain extent, that's usually some ridiculous number, but yeah.
Did the machine break any of Mr. Richins' ribs?
I have no idea.
You don't know. Does it sometimes do that?
I don't know.
Yes, it does.
All right. Well, as a trained EMT, when compressions are being given hard compressions, if there's blood in the lungs,
BC.
It wouldn't be unusual to see that come out, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in order to do efficient CPR, one, you would need to be trained, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that a very small person who's untrained would have difficulty doing the strength of compressions that's necessary when giving CPR.
They could, yes.
So the reason why that question was asked, it's an important question. The reason why that question was asked is basically to say, because the prosecution might try to suggest that Kouri didn't actually do CPR, that she just watched the guy die. And I mean, probably, right? Probably that was what happened. But the argument the defense is saying here is that she could have tried to do CPR and just sucked at it because she's tiny, right? She's wee. That's it. So.
All right, I have nothing further.
No questions, Judge.
You can step down. Thank you.
There's an LD 100 for everything, but the thing is that for a lot of things, it exceeds your stomach capacity. But you will die of too much eating before you die of oatmeal cream pie poisoning. Basil?
Mr. Shervnak, the state's next witness.
Sergeant Andrew Cernich, please.
All right.
Also, Zora has not yet figured out the amount of food that it takes to cause her food poisoning, but she looks forward to the day when she could try to find that out.
When I arrived that night, EMS had arrived before I had. I asked what they needed, and they asked me to take over airway.
At some point during your responsibilities there, were you asked to look for medications?
I was.
If we could please show the witness Exhibit 1-5S.
He has it.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the bedroom where we were working on the individual, and it shows me reaching into the nightstand.
Fair and accurate. Is that photo a fair and accurate representation of you on that night?
Yes.
I'll move to admit Exhibit 1-5S.
I just need to clarify, is there a second photo that's on this? Are there two photos? Because the one I have has two photos. And this may be a later one or an earlier one.
Mr. Shervnak, forgive me. Is this the 1 through 5 series? No, it's different.
Different number.
Okay.
There are two pictures. No objection. As long
Okay.
as both pictures come in, no objection. Sure.
Okay. Scott, will you go back to picture number 1? And I'll publish now. Just make sure the jury sees both photographs in 1-5S, which has been admitted.
And that's the exhibit you just looked at.
Yes.
And describe for the jury, where are you in this photo?
I'm the one wearing red next to the bed, where I just turned around from retrieving that bottle from the nightstand.
Scott, if we could go back to the first image.
I like how the bottle is him sitting there being like, what is this?
Please. And what does this image show?
I believe that's where I was searching the nightstand drawers for any type of medications.
And you were asked to search, right?
Correct.
Who told you to look for medications?
I believe it was Margie Offred, who was the EMT on scene running the scenario, or not scenario, but the scene.
And Scott, if we could go to the next image. And you pulled something out of that nightstand, right?
Yes.
If we could show the witness Exhibit 1-8, please. This has already been admitted. We can publish it to the jury. Do you recognize this?
I mean, I get your point of they build up a tolerance where they can't cause opioid overdose, but there's a certain amount where if you inject enough of it, it will just like displace the blood. Like water can kill you just by like you can get water intoxication and water poisoning because you will have so much water in your blood that it just starts to makes your brain swell. It makes your, all sorts of problems if you get too much of it. I mean, at the point where you've got enough opioids in your system that it would actually, there's always a point. Like there's always some level that'll, Also, I see people are really arguing over the pronunciation of a particular herb. So,
Yes.
What is that?
That is the pill bottle that I found in the nightstand.
Just a moment. Sir, those are all my questions for you. The defense may have some as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I won't be able to. The island.
Good morning, officer.
There's bridges.
My name is
there's
Kathy
ferries
Nestor. I
and stuff.
represent Ms. Richins along with several other attorneys here. So I want to just clarify, you said when you first got there, you were assisting EMT that were already on the scene,
Correct.
and someone was already doing CPR on Mr. Richins when you arrived in the room?
I believe when I arrived, they were just hooking up the Lucas machine, which is a machine that does CPR or chest compressions.
Okay, so there was not a human doing compressions before they hooked up the Lucas machine?
I do not recall if they were doing it and stopped to hook up the machine or if they were actually in the process of hooking it up.
And the individual, before they hooked up the machine, can you describe, besides Ms. Offred, who was around the body?
I believe there was my partner firefighter that was there next to them and the other EMT that was on scene, but I do not recall who that was.
Can you describe their build for me?
Medium build males.
Both males.
Yes.
Thank you.
By the way, everybody is medium build male. Like, you know, whenever you get descriptions, it's like, what height were they? Medium. What build? Medium. And then so like, and now, I mean, this is maybe going to get a little political, and I apologize, but people really want to avoid using racial descriptors, like when they call the police and so forth. So you get these descriptions of like, there was a description in one of my cases where the guy was medium, like average height, medium build, described as not white. And I'm like, okay, that's super not helpful. And I mean, it was great for me because I'm the defense lawyer. I'm like, okay, so the description is not white. So that could include indigenous, that could include like Jamaican, that could include like whatever. And they're like, yes, we agree that that could be anything. And it's like, all right. Meanwhile, my client was like the blackest guy you've ever seen. Like he was really, really dark. And it was clear the witness did not, like, even when he's on the stand, this witness did not want to describe my client. And I'm like, okay, you could just sit there not describing my client, and I'm just fine with that because I'm the defense lawyer. So, I mean, it's just like, this is one of the places where political correctness, and I'm not saying political correctness is bad writ large. I'm saying when you've actually got like a crime happening, it's time to focus on the crime. Like, you know, so you get people who are just like, I've literally heard a 911 call where they're like, and what skin color did he have? And the person's like, I don't want to say. It's like, what do you mean you don't want to say? It's a crime. You're reporting a crime. Just, yeah. Anyway, side rant. I'm not one of the people who's like, oh, you know, whatever, like shake stick at cloud or whatever. But it's like, you're describing a crime. Yeah.
You took over the airway, so you had to just clear an airway so they could get oxygen to him.
Correct. So my job was to deliver oxygen to him.
So did you put a tube down his throat?
Yes, I did.
And when you put the tube down his throat, was there any blood on his face before you did that?
Not that I can remember, no.
Okay, great.
Argument there is, did the tube cause the bleeding, right?
And after you put the tube down his throat, did you see blood come out of his mouth?
Shortly after, there was blood that showed up in the tube and coming out of his mouth.
How far down does the tube go that you insert into his throat?
Sits on top of the larynx.
So down to about where that's your voice box,
Correct.
right? Sorry.
Yes, correct.
Not great at biology. Okay. All right. So have you seen that before where when you insert a tube into someone's throat, it can cause there to be bleeding in their throat?
Not usually, but yes, I have seen that before.
Okay, great. So then they're doing the CPR, and you were asked by Ms. Offred, who we just heard from, Margie, to check the nightstand for any medication. Is that right?
Yes.
And I noticed, can you pull up, please, Exhibit 15S, which has already been admitted, Your Honor. Can we please publish? I noticed you went to the bedstand on the nightstand on that side of the bed, right?
Correct.
So is your understanding that was the side of the bed?
All right, skipping ahead, this guy does not matter that much.
All right. And did you personally have any conversations with Ms. Richins that night?
I may have asked her if he had taken anything or how long he had been down, but I do not recall.
You can't remember for sure.
I don't know for sure.
This is one of the problems with police officers and EMS and so forth, because one of the problems that you get is they deal with so many terrible things, right? And so sometimes they have trouble remembering one terrible thing from the other. So I had like a case where a person died in a car accident, right? And ultimately it was determined that my client had been driving badly, but not criminally badly. But there was it was a horrific accident, right? And somebody had died. And so, they're talking about like this guy was splattered on the road. This guy was like really dead, right? It's the sort of thing where EMS gets called and they look at the body and they go, nah, nope, nothing we can do here. But the thing is that the witness on the stand started describing it, and it became clear, like to both me and the prosecution at the same time, that he was describing the wrong horrific car accident. And so we ended up like having to go like, because I mean, I agreed that my client, like we had no dispute over the facts, but we had to like be like, so we're talking about this day, not this other day. And the guy's like, oh, sorry, they kind of blend together. And it's like, that's awful when like one horrific car accident blends into the other, but we had to like redirect him to the correct thing. And if you're wondering how dead do you have to be that the EMS just shows up and is like, nah, like chest cavity was flat, like just gone. The chest cavity was no longer a cavity. It was just like just gonzo. So yeah, they showed up and they're like, there is no way to fix this. Nothing we can do. So okay.
In your experience, both as a police officer,
yeah, in this case, there were no lungs, no heart, no anything that like you couldn't have done CPR on this guy because it was just like, yeah, there were pictures. I do not like thinking of those pictures, but yeah.
and a trained medical responder, is it fair to say that it was apparent to you he had been deceased for some time?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that's all I have. Just one moment. Thank you, Your Honor. Tender the witness.
Ms. Sherman.
One question, Judge. Sergeant Cernich, was it your job that night to collect evidence?
It was not.
That's all I have.
You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Mine.
You might take a glass of water.
Your Honor, he can be finally excused.
Yes, you are released, sir. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state has a witness ready, but I think the defense wanted.
He's like, can I keep my water? I want a souvenir. So yeah. All right.
Their expert to be present.
Judge, yes, we had an agreement that we would be notified of when the expert would be testifying, that we are expert to listen in. That wasn't done. And so we're trying to work that right now. We've emailed or texted our expert, and we're working on that, but he has not responded as of yet. So I've asked Mr. Burmester if he could move it to the back of the line until I get notice.
I just want to note this is actually a really good illustration of lawyers working together. And I like this because he says, look, our expert is entitled to be here. Our expert's going to watch it by video. I mean, maybe they're probably not watching it on like EDB. They're probably not watching it on Recovery Addict. They're definitely not watching it on Runkle. But because I mean they want to do it contemporaneously. But they're like, we worked out that we'll have our expert here, and they were going to give us a heads up. They forgot to give us the heads up. Our expert, we can't reach him. They're going to put him to the end of the line. They're working together. They're solving problems. This is what lawyering's about, right? Lawyering doesn't have to be about fighting. So I give this guy some props for this too, right? They're coming to good conclusions. They're coming to good solutions.
That expert is somebody that's physically present in the state of Utah.
Their expert.
Yours.
No, he's going to be remote WebEx listening in.
Okay. Maybe we I'm going to let you stretch your legs here for a minute. This may take a minute. Rise to the jury, please.
He's like, jury, please go. I have some opinions. He's way better today. He's so much better today. Attorney Asshat is actually way better today. Like, fantastic.
All right, folks, have a seat. Mr. Ramos, tell me, what was your understanding of the deal that you had reached with State's Counsel?
So what we would do is we would be given 24-hour notice of their expert testifying, so we can make arrangements for our expert to either be present physically or listen in to the proceedings.
With the idea that if they're listening in real time, they can send you feedback, suggestions.
I mean, obviously, I would be able to consult with them if that was the case, but more than anything, so they could listen in to see if they were going to offer anything in rebuttal.
They can do that no matter what. I mean, I can watch the entirety of yesterday's proceedings right now
No, I
on
understand
TV.
that. That's why I'm saying it's kind of too far.
Okay. And then I'm inferring that your position is that who's the expert?
Your Honor, it's Dr. Ulmer, the medical examiner.
Okay. Was this person on the witness list or the proposed list for today?
Your Honor, I guess no, although we had a discussion at the end of yesterday's trial that where were we going after crime scene? And I said, you know, I informed counsel whatever 5 o'clock yesterday that we would be going to medical examiners after crime scene. So this isn't a shock, but I did not say we will bring in Dr. Ulmer tomorrow.
How long do you think you have in your direct with Dr. Ulmer?
My direct is probably 30 minutes.
Okay. So what if we say we'll do the direct of Dr. Ulmer, which your expert would be able to go back and review during the lunch hour if you need to, and we'll start cross after lunch.
So my only concern is that I'm attempting to get a hold of him to see if he's available right now to view those. So I've sent a text message as soon as Mr. Burmester told me. So that's what I'm waiting on. I have no problem with that, assuming I can get confirmation that he can log on. Right?
That's the best I can do.
So that again,
That's the best I can do.
I understand.
Okay.
I'm expecting Maggie Mobley, who's the morgue clerk. She should be getting here any moment.
You want to slip her in first?
Yeah, if she gets here in the next minute or two, that would be no problem.
Your Honor, we can also start with Chelsea Gibson. We've been trying to accommodate Dr. Ulmer. She is out of town and all the things. And so
look at how they're working together, right? Look at how they are. Look at how they're like, this is what I want to see from lawyers. We've seen far too many trials where the lawyers are just shitty with each other. And like here, they're just working together. Ian, can you get sanctioned if your witness fails to appear? No, that's not the fault of the counsel. I mean, if your witness fails to appear, they just generally say, well, you don't got the witness. But the other thing is sometimes if your witness doesn't appear, you like sometimes I'm calling witnesses who don't like me. And so sometimes I've had moments where it's like, my witness isn't here, Your Honor. I am going to be asking for a warrant. And, you know, judge, I want my witness arrested. I want my witness held in custody. I want my witness to be dragged out in fucking irons. So one of the other fun ones was, so the Crown had as an expert or had as a witness the lead police officer, and the winner of the poll is the mule. So we're having a mule. I got to figure out how to make a lemon drop. I've never actually had a lemon drop shot, believe it or not. So the Crown, like the prosecution, was calling the lead police officer as, you know, their lead witness, right? And the lead police officer did not show up. He was just missing. And so the Crown was like, I would like an adjournment in order to get my witness here, which, you know, they usually get. But I was like, do you have any, did you subpoena that witness? And they're like, yes, we did. And I'm like, do you have any explanation for why they're not here? And it's like, no, we don't have any explanation for that at all. So I was like, well, I'm opposed to your adjournment. And the thing is, the reason why I'm opposed to their adjournment is because I thought I had a chance of getting the adjournment denied. And if the adjournment is denied, the Crown's case falls apart and my client walks. And I know you're saying, oh, Runkle, you're winning on a technicality. Fuck yes, I'm winning on a technicality. Like, absolutely, I will win on a technicality if that's what it comes down to. And the technicality of they can't prove it because they ain't brought a witness is like, you know, it's a pretty big technicality of like they can't call any evidence. So anyway, we go in front of the judge and the judge is like, well, you know, did you subpoena the witness? All of those things. Did you all of this? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, Your Honor, we have no explanation for why this witness isn't here. I'm asking for a witness warrant. I want this witness arrested. And the prosecutor says, well, Judge, that's ridiculous. You know, he wants a witness warrant for the police officer. And the judge, he had the wrong judge for this. The prosecutor had the wrong freaking judge for this. Because the judge was like, a police officer isn't any different from any other witness, Crown. And what you're saying is that you have a witness who has attended with no, or has failed to attend with no excuse. So I will hear argument as to why I should or should not issue a witness warrant, but I do not consider it to be ridiculous. And I want to hear argument on it. And you know what the Crown says? Can anybody tell me what the Crown says in response to the judge going, I don't think that's ridiculous? I'm waiting to see who gets it first. Someone's going to get this one. What did the Crown say? There we go. That was exactly it. Crown directs the stay of proceedings. The stay of proceedings is, that's it. The case is over. The case is done. The case is dead. I mean, they can theoretically relay the charges, but if they relayed the charges after just, you know, staying it in those conditions, it would be an abusive process. And I would, you know, yeah. So, I mean, maybe if they had something like the officer was in a hospital, but Crown is just like, stay of proceedings, done. File is over. And yeah, they did not want the officer to get that warrant. Now, to be fair, you might be saying, oh my God, Runkle, this terrible criminal got away with something. You want to know what my client was charged with? You want to know what the charge was? The allegation was breaking the window of a liquor store after the client walked into the liquor store, went, I would like to buy a booze, please, 1 alcohol. And they're like, you are $1 short. And the guy's like, I really want the alcohol though. And they're like, no. And so he walked out the door, and out of his anger, he went bang on the window, and the window broke. So it was a mischief to wit window. So it's not like, you know, the judge wasn't like, you know, letting some murderer or, you know, whatever out on the street. And I'm sure that played a role in the judge's, you know, considerations. But yeah, it was, yeah. Oh, I would absolutely play that card if it was a more severe charge. But if it was a more severe charge, the judge is probably going to give me less. The judge is going to make it harder for me. So, yeah.
That's why. Yeah.
I mean, allegedly, but also caught on video. So, yeah. I mean, my best argument was maybe it's not the guy on the video. So, yeah.
But we have we can start. Chelsea gets it, but I think she's going to be along with.
I don't know if you.
That's better for us because we get more time to be able to. And that is what we expect.
When you say start, though, we would not be able to get her direct completed before lunch, correct? Would we be able to do Ms. Gibson, understanding we need to interrupt direct during lunch and cross her and then get Dr. Ulmer on and off today?
That's the state's concern, is that crosses have been pending to take longer than direct.
They take what they take, sure.
And I can't say that. I mean, if we were to start Chelsea Gibson.
Let's not do that.
I'd rather not.
My sense is that that's a self-inflicted wound. So how close is Ms. Mobley?
Ms. Mobley, I'll go back out and check.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute restroom break. We'll see what percolates during that 5 minutes. Okay, very good.
Judge is like, everybody pee, and hopefully that will solve the problems. Okay. I just want to say, literally none of that matters in the trial. Like, the reason why I said I want to talk about that was because it was the lawyers getting along. This is what courts should be. We have seen far too many things where, we've seen far too many things where there's been, lawyers being shitty to each other. So, yeah. The problem with the intent was going to be recklessness. Because, I mean, did he mean to break the window? They probably can't prove it. But did he do a thing that he very much likely was going to break the window and should have known it could have broken the window? That's the tougher argument. I didn't think I had a great shot at winning that one. I didn't think I had zero shot. But my chances went way better once the cop didn't show.
Mr. The state's next witness.
Yes, the state would call Maggie Mobley.
Ms. Mobley, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
So keep in mind, they were saying we weren't sure if Mobley was going to show, and then Mobley shows. All right, here's Mobley.
In our system, we will make a folder with the decedent's information, and then transport will bring the decedent to us, and that's when we take custody of the decedent, and then we will inventory the decedent's belongings.
I see. So you say transport. Is that oftentimes a vendor that's contracted with the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, were you working on March 4th, early morning?
Yes.
March 4th? Did you receive the body of Eric Richins on that morning?
I did.
Okay. So walk us through. The vendor brings the body in. What happens?
I'm responsible for breaking the seal.
Okay.
As long as the body bag has been sealed, I will take a photo of the seal before it has been broken. I'll record the number of the seal and then take photos of the decedent and his belongings, inventory that on an inventory sheet.
Also, for some of us, breaking the seal has a different meaning, but she means on the body bag, right? That little tag.
Before putting the decedent in a cooler.
Okay. If there are belongings, are they inside the bag or outside of the bag?
Inside the bag.
I see. And when you have belongings, do they go in the refrigerator with the?
Yes.
With the body?
The belongings will.
The belongings will. Okay. In this particular case, you.
Keep in mind, like, the belongings include things like your underpants. And so they don't, like, strip you down and so forth. I mean, they just store you.
Can we see, it's already been offered and admitted, so can that should.
Any objection to publishing to the jury, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the first photo I take before the seal. So that is the seal before broken. So it will be sealed on the scene.
Okay.
Transported to us.
Okay, so she just basically says we had a body. All right. She's super fast, and the reason you might be saying, why do they call her? Well, they call her this is housekeeping, right? So it really doesn't matter at the end of it. But at the then we get to the ME. The ME she is important, and she absolutely wrecks the defense's day in various ways. Mom always says, wear clean underwear in case you are in an accident. I'm just going to tell you, if you're in an accident, and you're going to have an accident. They don't care. Like most of the underwear they see from people who are seriously injured has number 1 or number 2 or number 3. And if you're wondering what's number 3, well, let's hope you never find out. But, you know, if you're seriously messed up, you're probably, yeah.
Employed?
No, I'm retired.
In 2022, were you employed?
Yes, I was a medical examiner at the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
There's a term forensic pathologist. Is that what the capacity you were serving in?
That's correct.
What is a forensic pathologist?
So a pathologist is a medical doctor who has gone through all of the medical training and then done residency in pathology. For a forensic pathologist, we do additional training in forensic pathology specifically, and then we sit for boards and take all of our board certifications for both pathology and forensic pathology.
I see. So when you receive a body, just generally speaking, into the OME, what is the procedure? What happens?
So basically, I'll start at the scene because an investigator will be at the scene. And then the body at that point will get sealed in a body bag that has a seal identification number on it, goes through the zipper pull so that it can't be tampered with while it's being transferred from the scene to the office. Once it gets to the office, then it's brought in and documented by a morgue clerk who's going to put various information into the computer, identifying information and stuff. We used to actually open the body bag at that time and take an identification photo, and then the body would go into the cooler. But I believe we changed our policy though, so that at the time that the event was going on, the body bag was still sealed when it went into the cooler, and it wasn't unsealed until we would start the autopsy examination.
I see. So did you?
The cooler is very important, by the way, because yeah. All right. Skipping ahead a little bit.
Disease on the inside that would explain why they're dead. Like if a person had a stroke, you might see that in their brain. If they had a heart attack, we might see a blood clot in their heart, or there might be muscle deterioration. So a lot of different things that we can examine and document to explain why the person is dead. We also draw different blood samples, urine sample, gastric contents. We're looking at all of that so that A, we can see what it looks like, and B, so then we can retain it for toxicology purposes.
I see. So you go through, it sounds like you go through these methodically, like but system by bodily system.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the standard in your field?
It is.
You mentioned also that you take samples, blood, gastric, etc. Do you always analyze those, or is that just by case by case?
Some items are case by case. We'll routinely do toxicology analysis on blood and vitreous fluid. So that allows us to screen for common things, and then we can determine whether an expanded panel is needed or other testing. Since this case was during the COVID era, pretty much everybody was getting swabbed so that COVID PCR could be done. And then there's other microbiological cultures that might be performed on a case-by-case basis, as well as other types of laboratory testing for, say, like potassium level or something like that. So it depends on why we think the person might have died to answer those questions.
Do those samples get sent out to other labs, or are they examined internally at the medical examiner's office?
They get sent out to other laboratories.
I see. You talk now about generally the procedure. Is that what you followed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. With identification, you mentioned right off the bat is an important thing. Is that what you did in this case?
Yes. So obviously at the scene, because he was at his residence, his wife was able to identify him. But we also look at photographic identification, meaning driver's license, and we can compare that to the individual to make sure that they look like their photo. So that's if it's a case where there's additional identification needed, because maybe we don't know who they are and they don't have any identification with them, then we can do fingerprint analysis, or we have to go further, we can do DNA
But
analysis.
you didn't have to in this case.
No.
So,
I mean, they didn't have to because in this case they had his ID, they had his wife IDing him. Although his wife is maybe not the most reliable person here. They had all the things, right? So, this is not a case where they're like, we got to go to dental records, we got to go to DNA, it's just like, no, we know who this is.
do you have a worksheet or something that you use as you go along and write information, such as the time, the seal number, and all those things?
Yes, there's an autopsy worksheet.
Okay. Can I show to the witness State's Exhibit 10-4? Do you see that up there?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna skip ahead a
recognize
bit.
In addition, we did bacterial cultures, again, on the right and left lung. Those grew up multiple organisms, and when I see that, usually what it means is it's just normal flora from the respiratory tree, and then as you are dead, these organisms just continue to grow inside your body, and so you will see more of them show up with these postmortem cultures. If the person was dead from a specific bacterial infection, say like streptococcal pneumonia or something like that, you should predominantly just see the streptococcal bacteria and not all of this other stuff quite as broadly. So that just looked like postmortem change. And then we did a blood bacterial culture, which also, it came back no growth. And so there was no evidence of any kind of sepsis. The COVID swab for SARS-CoV-2, which is the organism name, that was positive. So he did test positive for COVID. And my understanding is that he had been sick with COVID-like symptoms, more of like a cold, recently prior to his death. But at the time of autopsy, he did not show any evidence of like pneumonia that we would normally see for someone who's dying from COVID.
Your Honor.
Why did they do all these testing things? Well, because this was in the middle of COVID. There were people who were like, so COVID was a potential cause of death, right? You got a mystery dead person. Check. Like, is this a COVID thing? I had COVID real bad at one point, to the point where I was having trouble breathing, and it was getting to the point of like, I gotta go to a hospital if it gets much worse. Thankfully, I turned around. Was he listed as a COVID death? No, he wasn't.
There's a good little portion left. I wanted
They tested him. They found he wasn't. And so, no, he wasn't.
to know, based on time, if this was, could we break and return to Dr. Ulmer, or would it be?
Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No, that everybody would like that.
Okay. I need you to sit tight for just a moment, if you don't mind. Folks, let's take a lunch break. We have lunch for you. It's 12:10. Why don't we come back at 12:45? Is that?
See, whenever they say we have lunch for you for jurors, I always wonder what the jurors are getting to eat. And the reason why I wonder this is because there are circumstances where the jurors get really well fed, and there are circumstances where jurors get very poorly fed. I have heard stories of people who were somebody I know was a juror, and they were a juror on a month-long trial. And they basically were there like every day, and they got sandwiches. They got tuna sandwiches. Every day they got the same tuna sandwich for a month. And, there's this thing where if you eat the same thing, like eventually you start like just shutting down. Now, there's other places where like the lunch is like they bring cafeteria, whatever. And sometimes the cafeteria is good. Sometimes it's not good. Yeah. But I've also heard stories of jurors who, one that I thought was actually pretty awesome was the jurors just got like all of the menus from the local restaurants. And each day they basically just ordered what they wanted for the next day. And so like day one, they'd be like, I would like this. I'd like sushi. I'd like whatever. And so that's yeah. Can you pack your own lunch? I'm pretty sure you can. But yeah, there have been situations where it's like, where it's really good food, and there are situations where it's like really awful food. And yeah, what is it? If they fed me the same thing every day for a month, I'd quit out of spite on the state, honestly. I mean, I would probably just go to the, go and just be like, I'm going to leave if they don't feed me better. So, yeah.
Agreeable, counsel?
Here for the state judge, if I may, to get up just a little bit more, let's get that would go with the expert.
No problem. 1 o'clock?
I'm pretty sure if you had allergies or something like that, they'd have to accommodate. So, yeah.
Again, thank you.
Okay. 1 p.m. We'll be back on the record. I appreciate it. Please stand for the jury.
Yeah, when I had COVID, it was bad enough that, like, Mrs. Runkle was checking on me because my breathing was so effortful that she was like, you might die. And I was like, I know. And she's like, when do you go to the hospital? I'm like, if it gets worse than this, it's hospital time. And she's like, okay. So, yeah. All right. So...
be determined whether that would participate in the cause of death or not.
And vitreous fluid is from the eyes?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, did you get a result back from them?
If I can get that report back, that would be helpful.
Look at her smirk. Yeah, I'm amused as hell.
But my recollection was that the vitreous fluid was negative for any type of volatiles. Thank you. Yes, it's none detected for ethanol, acetone, isopropanol, or methanol.
Okay. Is there something important about vitreous versus blood with regards to alcohol that you're aware of?
Well,
so this is kind of the creepy thing, is that they post-mortem, they basically treat you like a buffet, right? And so what they did was they went in and they pulled out his eye goo. So you got the aqueous humor and the vitreous humor, and they pulled out the vitreous humor. And the reason why they do that is because, and she's going to explain it, but basically one of the things bacteria does is it makes alcohol. And like as soon as you're dead, everything in nature is trying to eat you. Like, bacteria's trying to go nuts on you. Fungi are trying to go nuts on you. And like if they let you, like cats and dogs and wolves and so forth would try to eat you. All of nature, as soon as you're dead, basically is like, this, I want a piece of this. And bacteria and fungi can make alcohol. And so you can end up with situations where, you can get alcohol like that is way high up, and it's because the stuff, these things are making alcohol. And yeah, so they grab it from your eyeballs because your eyeballs are less fermenty.
It's multiple things, actually. For one thing, it's kind of a sequestered area. You don't have direct blood flow to that area, so things just kind of pass through the membranes as opposed to having direct blood flow. And so it's kind of protected, and it's delayed. And so like if you're comparing like a blood alcohol to the vitreous alcohol, the blood alcohol will be different than the vitreous alcohol depending on whether the alcohol is going up or going down in the intoxication time frame.
I see.
And then also because it's protected, you're less likely to have bacterial contamination of the vitreous fluid because some bacteria produce alcohols during decomposition. So you have more of this sequestered environment.
Okay, so
I see the law gods offer you a deal. Juries can now acquit 10 out of 12 instead of unanimously, but no more peremptory challenges for either side. Do you take it? I mean, right now in Canada, we don't have peremptories, so deal. That's a deal with no downsides, harbingers, so at least in Canada. So yeah,
a more perfect record, so to speak.
That wasn't part of the deal.
So did you, you also sent out samples to NMS labs?
That's correct.
What if you're an organ donor? This is a good question. If you're an organ donor and you have a suspicious death, no, you aren't. If you have a suspicious death and you're an organ donor, they do not take your organs. Because you're dead. They generally are only taking organs, most organs can only be taken if they get you while you're like immediately after death, right? Like you got to be right away. But the other thing is that if there's anything saying that they're, that it's suspicious or whatever, they're not going to take your organs. Those organs are going to the police. It's the same thing as like, body donation or any of this, all of this stuff, police investigations take priority and yeah. So.
And what is NMS labs to your knowledge?
I'm sorry?
What is NMS labs to your knowledge? I mean,
they're a reference laboratory that does toxicology testing. So they do clinical toxicology as well as forensic toxicology. And we were using them at that time for any of our more complicated cases.
I see. Okay. And so you send it, and this lab is located in a different state or something?
That's correct. I believe it's in Pennsylvania.
I see. Did you get a result from them?
I did.
And what information did you get?
So the primary information was that there was a fentanyl level of 15 and a norfentanyl level of 3.3, and those are both in nanograms per mil. Additional information that was not confirmed but still indicated presence was naloxone, caffeine, and 4-ANPP.
Okay, so, and that's from the blood samples that were sent?
Correct. I'm sorry, because we did two different stages of testing.
Okay.
So this was all of the blood testing, and then after I got this testing back and we decided we needed more information, then we also had testing performed on gastric contents. And the purpose of that was to determine if there were any other drugs present in the stomach contents that weren't necessarily showing up in the blood test, and then B, to give an idea of where the fentanyl might be coming from, because the question would be, was it orally ingested or was it injected, or, trying to narrow that down a little bit.
Okay.
And so that was part of the rationale for doing the gastric testing.
Let's stick to the blood for a minute. First of all,
so this is kind of important, right? Is they're trying to figure out, and they're trying to make sure, they're trying to go, hey, did he eat the fentanyl? Did he inject the fentanyl? Did he boof the fentanyl? Right? Any of these things, right? Because they're, how do I put this? When you've got fatalities, one of the things they're trying to figure out is where the fatal agent got in. And when you start looking at did the fentanyl come in the back door? If you understand what I mean. Addicts blow out their veins, right? And so you'll get addicts, for instance, who injected who injected stuff between their toes. You'll get people who injected stuff in really odd spots because they've blown out all of their other veins and, you know, whatever else. So sometimes it's a matter of like tracking down where the injection site was. And yeah, it can be horrible.
Where did you draw the blood?
So initially, they probably would have attempted to do a femoral stick, but because when you die and you start going through all of these changes that your body goes through after you're dead, the blood clots. And so I'm not sure if this was specifically what happened for this case, but they probably tried to draw femoral blood. And because it's a smaller gauge needle, because they're just going down through the skin, they were probably unsuccessful in getting any of the blood to come up into the needle or any significant.
This is also a problem where this is also an issue where experts, like forensic experts, the ones who deal with bodies, have to they have to kind of walk a line, because I can guarantee you that like a forensic pathologist, normally when they're talking to each other, they talk about bodies in ways that will probably horrify the public, right? And they'll say things like, you know, they'll talk about, you know, various gore, etc. When they're in, you know, when they're testifying in court, they've got to make sure they're doing it in a very clinical fashion, because you don't want to horrify the family, you don't want to horrify the jury, etc.
Significant amount.
When you say they, who is they?
The autopsy techs assisting on the case with the autopsy, so that we have folks who are trained to assist with the autopsies, and so they will a lot of times do the toxicology sample collection.
Okay, so it's a team.
It's a
you and these other personnel.
That's correct. Our office is way too busy
Do
to
not
just
lick
have
the
the doc
spoon.
go boom, 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 and do everything. So
Do not
And
lick
so,
the spoon.
did whoever drew the blood from that team?
Yeah, this is the other thing. Hospital jokes, nurses, doctors, EMS, EMTs, police officers, lawyers, all of these groups deal with some shit. And so because we deal with some shit, we, you know, we end up coping with it with humor. And so sometimes the humor is, you know, is awful. And, yeah. So, yeah.
Where did they end up getting it from?
So they ended up having to go inside when we opened the body up, and they entered in through the inferior vena cava. And then you direct it down towards the femoral artery, because the syringe that you're using when you're collecting these samples, when you're going into the body, not through the skin, but once you're inside and actually doing it, is a huge syringe with a big long needle. So the needle itself is probably 5 to 6 inches long.
I see. So I'm not sure, femoral artery, I gather, is the legs?
We're going for the, yeah. So
By your
it's,
finger.
but usually when you're collecting it, when you're going through the skin, you're going in the groin area.
I see.
And so you kind of go femoral, inguinal region. And so in this particular case, you know, we weren't necessarily getting specifically femoral blood, but we weren't getting blood specifically from the inferior vena cava either. It was
Skipping ahead a little bit on the blood.
once we saw the fentanyl present, but I don't have any further information other than just the fact that there was nothing that was seen except for some testosterone, I believe, was the only thing that we saw that was in Doppel. So they don't see all medications. I don't.
So the thing about an uneventful day is that it is actually kind of a lot of like medical, police, etc. are kind of superstitious, and so if you wish them a quiet day, they treat it like you have just kind of kicked their dog. So you gotta be aware of that, because yeah, some of them get a little pissed off if you do that. And yeah. Yeah. Whoop. All right. I hit the wrong button. All right. Yeah, the Q word is a swear word in the medical profession. Right.
I think they just predominantly see things that are classified.
Schedule 1,
Right,
2, 3,
right.
4. Your Honor, I'd like to just show the court and the council States Exhibit 1-27.
One moment, please. I'll fix that, I promise. Scott, do me a favor. Would you mind unplugging and plugging back in to see if that helps?
Come on. Get over your tech
7
problem.
is a self-authenticating document, and we would offer States 127.
Is there any objection? How's that? Is this a one-page document?
It should be 2 pages, Your Honor.
Scott, can I see the second page? I don't know that Mr. Baramo saw the second page. And you should take a look at the second page. Oh, right. Yeah. Of course.
This part was annoying. Too many. Come on, get back to testimony. Because we're at the important part.
Can I take a look at States or Defense Exhibit 3006, please? I think that's been offered and admitted and published.
Yeah.
So
It hasn't been published yet, but.
Oh, it hasn't? Okay. We'd ask that it be published.
Okay, one moment. There you go.
Okay. So there appears to be 5 substances. Can you, I guess they're not substances. These are taken from labels of bottles?
Yes, these are medications.
Okay. Can you, starting from the top,
This I wanted to make
going
sure we
down
get.
to the bottom, can we talk about those?
So there's an injectable form of testosterone, doxycycline, hydrocodone / acetaminophen, and then disulfiram and naltrexone.
Okay. So let's what is the doxycycline?
It's an antibiotic. It's a broad spectrum antibiotic.
And according to the label, when was that prescribed?
That was prescribed July 3rd of 2019.
By Dr. Peterson?
Correct.
Okay, then the next one is hydrocodone.
It was prescribed June 29th of 2016 by Dr. Charles Lind.
Okay. And hydrocodone, do you know what that is? Or
It's a pain medication. It's another opiate pain medication.
okay. Then we've got disulfiram.
Disulfiram was prescribed December 9th of 2019 by Dr. Andrew Peterson.
And does it have multiple uses?
It does. As a prescribed drug, it's commonly used for alcohol prevention. So another common name for it is anabuse.
Is it?
And then
So anabuse is a drug that is intended for people with alcohol addictions. And it basically sort of interrupts the addictive pathways. My clients have not had a tremendous amount of luck. with that. But they it works for some people, but it hasn't really worked for my clients yet.
And as an off-label use, it's used for chronic symptoms of Lyme disease.
I see. And naltrexone.
Naltrexone was prescribed August 24th of 2020 by Dr. Hunderman. Again, it's also used for helping to prevent people from drinking. And then it's also used for opiate reduction. So.
And does it have an off-label use?
It's also used for chronic symptoms or complications from Lyme disease.
And this last one was...
So this is kind of important because what they're doing here is they're closing a door for the defense, right? What they're trying to do is they're trying to they're concerned that the defense is going to look at these medications and they're going to say, these are meds that people take when they are serious addicts. And so, these are big, big deals there. What they're saying is this wasn't because he's an opiate addict. This wasn't because he's an alcoholic. This is because he's got Lyme disease, right? And he's got these complications. He's taking it for that. And I think this is a really important detail there.
Prescribed in when?
2020. It's August 24th of 2020.
And how many were prescribed according to the label?
90 pills were prescribed. There were still 88 pills that were remaining.
Now, this is probably a super dumb question, but take hydrocodone, for example. If it's old and beyond its expiration date, does it spoil, like food spoils and becomes more toxic or not?
Not that I'm aware of. Generally what happens is that these medications tend to get less useful. They get weaker, if anything, but pretty much for a lot of them, they're stable for a really long time.
So part of the reason why he couches it with, this might be a stupid question, is that sometimes lawyers have to ask questions that are really stupid, right? And that everybody knows the answer to. But you just have to ask, right? And so you'll be like, okay, so what color is this car? And there's a picture of the car. And the car is bright like lime green. And they're like, the car is lime green? And you're like, okay, cool. And would you say that that is noticeable in a crowd, right? And they'll say, yes, obviously. And it's like, well, yeah, okay. Some of these things you gotta, like, in one case, one lawyer asked a witness, was there anything unusual you noticed about this person? And the answer was yes, she was naked. Like in public, right? So, you gotta sometimes ask these things, right? Like, a knife, you would consider that to be a weapon, or, would you consider that to be a weapon? They're like, yeah, you saw the guy carrying a sword. Was there anything concerning about that? It's like, yes. the sword, right? These kinds of things. So I'm starting on a jury tomorrow. I'm a physical therapist. My job won't pay me and it'll be a 3-week trial, but I'll take the loss to get the experience. Am I weird for being excited? You're not weird, but don't be disappointed if you ultimately get, if ultimately like the trial doesn't go ahead or whatever else. So, yeah.
Let's move on. You said that at some point you asked to have NMS lab examine the gastric contents.
I did.
And you published a second report?
Yes.
This is the in case you have to, if you can't remember, you've got the gastric in the main one?
I hope, well, the supplemental is attached with the original, so I got it.
So what was tested for out of the gastric contents?
So again, it was for a complex toxicology panel that does, a wide range of drugs. And in this particular, so in the gastric contents, and I just have to be careful when I'm looking at this because they've combined both items into one report. So there was some ethanol present. That was 279 milligrams per deciliter.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a second. Does that mean there was 279 milligrams per deciliter of vodka or beer in his stomach when they tested it?
Well, it's not that simple because you have to take the volume of the gastric contents and then determine a bunch of information. So in essence, yes, per the aliquot that was measured, this is my understanding of it, that's the amount that was present in that test.
Now you mentioned before about decomposition. Is that a potential problem for this gastric sample?
It is because you'll have bacterial contamination in the stomach, and so that could potentially create a false positive.
Is there a way to determine what is alcoholic beverage versus decomposition alcohol?
No.
Okay. What else did you receive back?
So there was a presumptive positive for acetaminophen. There was a presumptive positive for caffeine. Quetiapine, which is an antipsychotic medication, was present at 16,000 nanograms per mil.
So I have had a prescription for this. I did not find it to be all that helpful. And the reason why it wasn't helpful is that it knocked me the fuck out. Now, the thing is that it was prescribed for the purpose of helping me sleep because I have back pain and sometimes have trouble sleeping. And the reason why I did not end up sticking with it is that it worked too well. Like, I'd take it and I'd sleep, and then I'd wake up and I would just be a zombie all day. And so, yeah, what is it? They were like, oh, well, you can just take less of it. And so I took less of it, and I slept less before it didn't make me stop feeling like a zombie. It just made me not sleep as well. And so I was just like, all right, fair. Yeah, I was just like, cool.
The ethanol level was confirmed. Again, fentanyl was present at 20,000 nanograms per mil, and then norfentanyl was present at 52 nanograms per mil, and acetylfentanyl was present at 29 nanograms per mil.
As a medical examiner, do those numbers mean something in particular?
They mean call the toxicologist.
Okay.
Basically, as a medical examiner, I can say that we know that he reportedly had a drink at bedtime, so that might explain that presence of ethanol, or it could be decomposition, either one. We know that he was not reported to be taking any medication. So then I have no explanation for the quetiapine or the norfentanyl or fentanyl or the acetylfentanyl.
You've already said for someone who is not using fentanyl that the 15 nanograms per milliliter in the blood was potentially toxic.
Correct.
How about 20,000 nanograms per milliliter in the stomach?
I can honestly say, since I haven't talked to a toxicologist in over 3 years, that I would defer to them because it sounds like a lot, but without having reference ranges to go by or someone to consult, I would not jump on that bandwagon by myself.
Quetiapine, did you find any evidence that he had been prescribed quetiapine, either through Doppel or through the medicines that you looked at?
No, and I didn't see any mention of it in the medical records that I had reviewed at that time. So,
well,
so now this is a really interesting question, right? Where did this product come from? Like, where did the quetiapine come from? And I mean, one of the things the prosecution might suggest is, well, maybe it came from her. Like, maybe she added that to his meds to keep him from getting up, like add it to his thing to keep him from getting up and, calling the ambulance, like, doing something. So, yeah.
Good point. When you made your report, were you able to come to an opinion, a conclusion?
Yes.
About cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And at that time, what was it that you were relying on to render this opinion?
So I was relying on information that was provided by family members on, how he'd been feeling or how he'd been acting. I was relying on information that was acquired by our death investigator. I was relying on information provided by law enforcement. And then I was also reviewing medical records from the physicians that I knew of that I could get records from.
Okay. In addition to your own observations of autopsy.
Right. And then in addition to, reviewing Doppel and seeing what his history was.
Okay. So what was your opinion of the cause of death?
My opinion of the cause of death was drug intoxication by fentanyl.
In addition to the NMS labs, was there other evidence that you looked at, specifically, say, for example, pulmonary edema, that corroborated the information that NMS labs provided?
Yes, he had heavy lungs and foamy edema. Like I said before, some of that could have been contributed to the CPR, but it was still quite an abundant amount that was present. So I would have a hard time excluding that wasn't also caused by the drug intoxication.
That primarily occurs due to opioids?
Yes.
And
it can happen with other medications too that cause respiratory depression.
But there weren't any other intoxicants or medications other than fentanyl?
That were prescribed or that were contributing?
That we know of. There was quetiapine found, fentanyl found.
Quetiapine can cause some sedation, but in this instance where we didn't initially see it in the blood, I don't know what to make of that since it was only seen in the gastric.
Okay. What opinion did you come to with regards to manner of death?
Could not be determined.
Okay, now let's talk about that determination is guided by a statutory scheme. Is that true?
Yes, we have classifications that it's divided into, and basically it's for statistical purposes. It's not really designed for other purposes per se. And so we're limited to natural, accident, homicide. I'm just blanking here.
Suicide?
It's suicide, and then undetermined as well. And so because this investigation was still ongoing when I retired, I felt that could not be determined was the best solution for me to finish my report before I retired.
Okay. So Were there some?
She's like, I got to get this file off my desk. I'm quitting. All right, skipping ahead a little bit further.
Treated right away with antibiotics. Also indicating that he wasn't feeling well currently or right before his death, that he was not feeling well in general and his chest hurt.
Did you explain to her about the granulomas that you observed?
Yes, and so the not feeling well and chest hurt could have been part of the problem with just recovering from COVID, as well as this granulomatous lung disease that he'd had from his chronic work exposure.
So one of the things we learned is that basically his lungs are trashed at this point. He's got all of these different, issues with, all of these different issues with his lungs. And what it turns out is that, most of the lung issues didn't have anything to do with like how he died. A lot of them just had to do with the fact that he's a stonemason and he's breathing in rock dust all the time. So he's got these granulomas, he's got these other, things. And, yeah. Okay. A little bit further, I think it was.
Naltrexone, that's the one he had a prescription for.
Correct.
Tell me about opioid reduction. What do you mean by that?
So for people who are chronic abusers, whether it's using too much of their prescription medication or using illegal narcotics, and when they want to stop, then they might need something else to help them stop.
Okay. And do you recall how many were left?
Of the naltrexone?
Correct. Would it be helpful to pull it up?
Yes, it would be very helpful.
Just publish it just to
I want to say it was like
the doctor.
88 out of 90. So 90 were prescribed and there were still 88 present.
And how do you know, with the information you have, do you know how often they were, or Mr. Richins was told to take it?
If I were to go back and review the scene photos and look at the bottle, then yes.
But not with what you have?
Not with what I have, no. But this prescription was from 2020.
And do you know if those who are prescribed naloxone, is it something that you need to take daily, or does it vary just whenever you feel the urge, I guess?
I'm sure it's supposed to be taken on a certain time frame, but I don't know what that time frame is.
No problem. Mr. Burmester was talking to you about the blood alcohol level, or rather the presence of alcohol. I'd like to talk about that now.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned that initially there was no presence found in the initial testing, but then there was an expanded panel done, and it was at that point that it was found.
Well, it was found in a different sample.
Correct, the gastric.
So the initial testing was done on the vitreous fluid, which was negative.
And was it found in the blood?
No.
So in the vitreous and the blood, no alcohol found, correct?
Correct.
But then when the expanded one, it was the gastric, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, does that tell you in your profession, and you mentioned earlier that maybe it's a toxicologist world, so let me know if that's the case here, that does it tell you, those two things that you have, or I guess three, blood, vitreous, right, and then gastric, does it tell you kind of chicken before the egg, which one was ingested first? Can you tell me that?
I can tell you that there was no measurable intoxicant related to alcohol that was in his blood or vitreous.
So the defense lawyer is Noah Lessie here, but he's also not completely bombing things in this process, which is good. But yeah.
And with your knowledge, if it's in your gastric, does that indicate timing-wise whether that was first and then it goes to the blood?
If it's from ingestion, I would say possibly. If it's from bacterial decomposition, then it doesn't tell us much.
Okay. And did you do any additional tests or studies to try to determine that in this case?
No.
Okay. Was that asked of you?
No.
Okay. At any point, was it asked to determine whether or not the fentanyl was taken along with alcohol?
These are questions that I would not be able to answer because I don't think that they are answerable.
Did you see what she's like? This is a stupid question, but yeah, okay.
Okay. Actually, I'll go back to that. Let's go to the, was it 122, the calls, the messages, Katie? Can you just show that to just the witness, Judge? And page 2, please. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, but I mean, it's a typical note that we would get.
And this is one that was addressed to you.
Correct.
At the very bottom, there's a signature. Is that yours?
Yes, it says the call was returned on March 17th of 2022.
Perfect. Could we go to the case notes, Katie, for that?
With no alcohol in his blood, he died instantly if the drug was in his drink, or he metabolized the alcohol, and it took a while. That's also a thing.
That same day, please.
123, so it's over here.
123 can do it.
She has it as well.
Sorry. Is, what's in front of you, is that for the March 17th that you returned that call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the case, is it called the case log, case notes? What would that?
Same thing.
Same thing.
It could be that or it could be the other way. I see somebody saying that the fentanyl absorbs quicker than the alcohol does. So, whichever. Yeah.
Is that automated? Is it automated?
In terms of the, let me be more specific.
No, I have to type it in.
But in terms of the time and date,
No,
it's not automated.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I mean, he could have processed the drink and metabolized it out, right? Because, like, you know, the alcohol from yesterday is not still in my bloodstream. The alcohol from today is in my bloodstream.
I don't know for a fact.
Okay.
Could we just do a?
Yeah. Could we not call it out? Yeah. So there you have a full view of what I see as case notes, case log, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so you can see that on the top, it has a date, time, doctor, and I guess who's calling. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, I know you're retired, whether you would have inputted that information, not the contents of it?
I believe I certainly would have entered the date and time. So yes, I think I would have entered that.
Okay. And
because generally I would try and enter these as soon as I was done with the phone call. It didn't always happen in that fashion because I'll usually make paper notes and then because you can't remember everything and you're not recording the phone call. So
correct. So when you get to the point where you are inputting it, correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose of inputting that information is that whoever's working on that case can have the information that you have.
As far as investigators and stuff?
Sure.
Sure, but mostly it's just a documentation of what happened.
That day?
Yeah.
Okay. And it seems like whenever calls were made to you, you did a pretty good job of summarizing what was discussed.
Yes, it was more for my recollection maybe than anybody else's.
Correct. And with that, kind of like you said, you were trying, or you indicated I imagine your team, correct?
Yes.
Does that include anybody outside of the Office of Medical Examiner?
No.
Okay. So people at the Office of Medical Examiner working on this case, notes for you to try to determine what the manner or cause of death is going to be in this case, fair?
Correct.
And as people are calling you to get information, you're uploading all the contents of those calls, correct?
Yes.
And you do that with every call?
You try to do it, but sometimes you might be someplace, you might be in a situation where you can't, like if, for example, when I was in the process of retiring, I might not be working from the office, I might be working from someplace else, and it just may not be feasible to do it because I might be making phone calls on my personal phone, for example.
Sure.
So.
And so in this case, you did get a note that Ms. Richins called on March 17th, and then you did speak with her that day, correct?
Yes.
And then you put that information in there.
Yes.
And in that discussion, you talked.
Do you know how bad it would look if he was if he hadn't adjusted his course and was still going with that absolutely idiotic strategy of trying to dunk with every question? It would be real bad if he was coming after her the way he went after Officer Nguyen. It'd be super bad.
About the lungs and how Eric's mother had died previously, correct?
Yes.
And I want to get the timing right. Mr. Burmester asked you about the fungal testing that you had done. Was that before or after this call?
I'm sure it was before, because since I already knew they were granulomatous lungs, I wanted to look at what might be causing that problem.
Okay. And when did you get the results back from fungal?
Well, when did I get the slides back?
Yeah. When did you determine that the fungal?
I can't say for sure when I reviewed the slides.
So it could have been before or after this call.
Well, I wouldn't have been able to review them until they were back.
Right.
So I don't know the timeline on that.
Okay.
It would have required special stains, which I think I did order up front, but I'm not sure that I have that information in front of me.
You discussed the NMS labs and how you had sent out, or your team had sent out for further testing. The expanded lab, or the expanded panel?
Yes.
Okay. Can we pull that up? Is that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw a couple of these during Mr. Burmester's direct examination, correct?
Yes. One for the blood toxicology and then one for the gastric toxicology. Yes.
Okay. And now we're just clicking through all of these fairly fast. I just want, do you remember how many pages you received back from NMS labs?
What I see is what's in the autopsy report.
Okay. So let's pause there, Katie. So with the NMS labs, the only document that you received was just that one? The one that's in your...
The one that's in the original report, and then the one that's in the supplemental report.
Okay, and those are the only ones you received from NMS?
Let me
That's what I
connect you
received,
to
yes.
Max.
Okay. If you could highlight, Katie, for the doctor, the page number at the bottom for the last page. Can you see that, doctor?
Yep.
And how many pages is that?
999.
Now, you had mentioned earlier toxicologist. As she was clicking through all of these, I think there's graphs and everything. Is that something that's more suited for a toxicologist to be able to interpret what's in those documents?
For this extent, yes, yes.
Okay. So I won't ask you any questions on that.
Okay. I've never seen one of these before.
That's good. Would have been an awkward cross-examination. No, I'm talking about that. I'd like to talk to you about I think it was before the lunch break. You talked about the anaphylaxis, kind of like a reaction. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you talk to me a little bit more about that? I want to make sure I understand that.
So he had a history of allergies, just a broad history.
Right.
And I don't really know how much information I had, and I don't know whether I was more concerned about the COVID or about the allergies when I put that section in of the epiglottis. But for people who have chronic allergies and who are known to carry EpiPens around, then that's always something that you're concerned about.
Okay. And so what is it that you found exactly?
I found nothing of interest. It was just normal inflammation, and I didn't find any histamine response that would be of concern with anaphylaxis. So you have cells that release the histamine, and that's what causes you to have the throat swelling or whatever response you have when you have these severe allergy reactions. So.
And the allergy reactions, they could be for plants or trees?
Yeah, I mean, the one that we classically see is for peanuts.
Peanuts. Medication?
Could be. There's really only a couple of things that I've actually seen it for in the office. Peanuts is one of them, and maybe another thing would be like for like an antibiotic.
She said peanuts, nuts, people.
Penicillin.
Yeah.
What about opioid drugs?
No, I've never seen that.
You never seen it? Does it exist?
I don't know, but it possibly could. I mean, there's always going to be somebody who's allergic to stuff, but I've never seen it, so I can't answer intelligently about it.
That's fine. If somebody were to have been, I'm allergic to, why shouldn't I say this? This is fine. If somebody's allergic.
He's like, I'm allergic to, I shouldn't say. And I'm like, this guy's worried he's going to get murdered. Okay. I kind of like that he's like, I shouldn't say. Yeah, skipping ahead a little bit further here. I just like that moment.
It's 1088 is admitted. Are we publishing to the jury?
Yes, Judge. Second page, the highlight. Or
Will
the
you show the first page before we get there? Just so they understand what they're looking at. Thank you.
So this is a certificate of death here, correct?
Correct.
And now the information that's contained in it, this was, like for a better word, you signed off on it.
Yeah, we do a preliminary death certificate initially. Just you have to have a death certificate of some form in order to initiate a lot of things that occur after death for, the funeral home and whatnot. So we'll do a preliminary one that's basically just says pending.
Okay.
And then once we determine what the cause and manner of death are, then we amend it.
Okay, let's go to the second page and we can do a call out. And so this is the appending on that first line, correct?
Yes.
Now, the amendment, it seems to just track the same day. I imagine that's not obviously how it went. Maybe this was internal. Could you just help explain that? Is that just when the amendment was?
That's the amendment when that was done, yes.
Okay. Now, initially, the immediate cause of death was pending, as you said, and then it changed to drug intoxication, fentanyl.
Correct.
Now, that was the cause of death, and now the manner of death was pending to not determined.
Correct.
Okay. Now, that never changed, correct? The manner of death, as I'm reading through it.
What do you mean it never changed? It changed from pending to not determined.
Sorry, since then, I apologize.
Oh, no, it hasn't changed.
Okay. So that's remained the same.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we could take that off, Judge. You indicated that as you're working specifically on this case, you are gathering information from everywhere.
Correct.
So from NMS Labs, correct?
Yes.
Getting
You see that he's actually getting some useful stuff out of this cross-examination, but he's not being a dick anymore. I'm like, awesome. Whoever it is who yelled at him did this guy a tremendous favor. Like, yeah.
Slides or testing done.
Yes.
Speaking with law enforcement.
Yes.
And using their reports.
Yes.
From your OME investigator, correct?
Yes.
From calls that you've received from Ms. Richins?
Yes.
From calls you received from other members of the Richins family?
Yes.
And those are all documented as we saw in the case log, correct? Correct.
Correct.
Now, did you have meetings with Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes. I mean, I certainly had phone calls with them. I don't know whether I had in-person meetings or not. I can't remember.
Okay. And during those calls, what did you learn or meetings?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Were you told that law enforcement believed that it was a poisoning? If you don't remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I'm sure that I had some logs in there that indicated some of the conversations, but
you don't remember now.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember individual conversations. That's why I make notes.
Right.
Dramos.
Now,
I love
regardless, with all that universe, right, of information, you can also ask for follow-up, correct?
As far as what?
Anything. So let's say Ms. Richins indicated something to you, you can have a conversation with her.
Yeah.
Try to get a little bit more. Correct?
Yes.
And when you're speaking with, did you speak with Detective Woody?
I did.
And so speaking with Detective Woody was giving you information, correct?
Yes.
And you could also have a conversation with Detective Woody and say, well, could you follow up on X, Y, or Z? Correct?
I usually don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
I'm just trying to see that all of this you indicated you were gathering all this information so that you could ultimately make a determination as to the manner of death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you indicated that you had, make sure I get this right, natural cause of death?
Yes.
Suicide was one of them?
Yes.
Homicide?
Yes.
Not determined?
An accident.
An accident. So, for example, the accident with the information you have here, if you were to have been given information, hypothetical, that Mr. Richins took a pill, not knowing what it was, that could have assisted you in determining whether it was an accident.
Correct.
Okay. And that is why it's important to get all the information, all the details to you so you can make that determination.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, when was it? I think it was June, but correct me if I'm wrong. When was it that you made that final determination of undetermined or not determined? Do you recall the date? Or would you like to see the death certificate? Or
The death certificate said June 22nd.
so that would have been it.
I would imagine.
Okay. So after you have all the information, you've gotten everything back from NMS Labs, you've spoken with everybody, the world of that information, the answer you came up with was not determined.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know you've been retired. When did you retire?
January 1st, 2023.
So about 6 months.
I like how she's got that down. I expect the day I retire, I will remember that day forever, but I also expect the day I retire will probably be when I die, so maybe not so much on the remembering, but yeah.
Months before, right? In that time, did you see in your line of work overdose deaths
All the time.
from fentanyl?
All the time.
Accidental?
All the time.
Not determined?
Let me tell you just what fentanyl did to like the legal system, which is that every defense lawyer has a client who is dead because of fentanyl. Fentanyl deaths are super common, right? They're just they're everywhere. And you know, when fentanyl started hitting the scene in a big way, we started seeing like more and more people just dropping dead. And yeah, it so I mean everybody is aware. And I see with fentanyl, it's not if but when you die. It's also the thing about it's also that what do you call it? People who didn't think they were taking fentanyl were getting fentanyl. Anybody who like there, and for a while there were people who like thought they were getting heroin and weren't. There were people, but like they were throwing fentanyl and they still do. They throw fentanyl into all sorts of drugs. And one of the big problems with fentanyl is that it's so potent that in order to like have it safely mixed, to be evenly mixed, it's got to be mixed with like really high precision equipment. The thing is that drug dealers don't have high precision equipment. They use stuff like blenders and shit. And so if you have this little tiny grain of fentanyl that's supposed to go into like a big mass of drugs, and just a little bit of it doesn't get broken down and distributed evenly, and there's that little tiny thing, that's a lethal dose. And it can be like less than a head of a pin, that little lump in there, and it'll kill you like dead. And so it happened to lots of people.
I probably saw some of those as well.
And then I imagine suicide.
Yep.
Did you say that during your time that has increased? that number that you saw?
During that era, yes.
And what era would that be? 2028 to 2022?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
2018 to 22.
Were you familiar with the one pill, one kills? One pill kills, I mean.
Not that phrase, but certainly the concept.
And were you trained on that?
The concept being that like anybody can die abruptly on any of these things. So yeah.
In while you were or before you retired, as to the increase in fentanyl overdose?
I saw it. I didn't have to be trained on it, yes, but I mean, sure.
Okay. My point is that you've seen unfortunately, a lot of fentanyl overdoses recently or before you retired.
Yes.
Okay. Promise you, I'm almost done. Okay. I'll check with my colleagues.
Check and be like, are there any questions I'm not asking that maybe I should be asking? And there are.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Doctor. Enjoy retirement.
Or sorry, there are. Enjoy retirement is it? I don't hate that as a sign off.
So, to be clear, the fungal infection information was not you providing it to her, but rather she provided it to you. The fungal
From that information, yes.
Yeah.
But the testing that I performed was just routine testing for the type of case that it was with the granulomatous lungs.
And so could we get that last, I didn't get the dates right, yes, on the death certificate. If we look at that last page again. I thought it was already published, yes.
I mean, so the jury can see it right now.
Yes.
Yeah. What part do you want us to zoom in on?
The second page. Now, do you create this document? You, the OME, the Office of Medical
Vital records. I mean, I type the basic information in, and then this information is populated through vital records.
And so the only thing I see on here is June 6th. So you change, no, not change, you finalize the cause and manner of death on June 6th. Is that a fair statement of what's going on there?
That's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So, as of June 6, 2022, did you have any of the text evidence from Kouri Richins' phone at your disposal to make your determination?
No.
How about phone calls from Kouri Richins?
Anything further would have been what was documented in the call log.
I mean, I don't know why. I mean, he might just not have gotten enough. So, yeah. I don't know.
That you didn't have recordings of phone calls or Verizon or T-Mobile or whatever things, correct?
No.
Okay. And you didn't have access to any financial documents at this point?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about what's going on there. That's you have those categories, and that's required by statute. You need to call it at some point in one of those homicide, suicide, accident, natural death, or undetermined, correct?
Yes.
So homicide, that isn't a legal criminal determination.
No, it's simply a term that we use indicating that the death was caused by another person.
As opposed to suicide, for example.
Yes.
When you're, this is, I would guess at its core, a scientific endeavor. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What you do or did do?
Yes.
So, in pursuit of science, you don't start from a presumption, I would assume, that you look at all the evidence before you make, and you go off of the evidence that you receive before you proceed in any direction.
Correct.
Leading question, but I wouldn't object.
You might have a working hypothesis, so you have a direction to start in. But yeah, you have to be receptive to all of the additional information.
Okay. And by June 6th, in your possession, did you have anything that would help you to determine whether this was a homicide, poisoning, or accidental, or
No,
suicide? Okay. And that's why you came up with the decision you came up with.
that's correct.
Do you consider motive evidence when you're making the determination of homicide, suicide?
Not typically.
I think I just missed it, but you said there were some things that you are unaware of whether they can be determined, or the things that can be determined is one of them whether the alcohol found in the gastric fluid ingested or decomposition, to sort those two out.
There's no way to sort those out because the chemical makeup is the same either way.
I see. Lyme disease, is it fatal?
It can be.
I see. Did you see any evidence that Lyme disease was fatal in this case?
No.
Okay. Finally, is there anything, any change in your opinion that the cause of death in this case was fentanyl intoxication?
No, I don't have any additional information to provide otherwise.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, anything within the scope of redirect?
Yes. Of course. No post. You know, it's gonna be cool.
From June, when that change was made, until you retired in January 2023, you had the opportunity to change anything if you felt it warranted changing, correct?
It was discussed with law enforcement that if they had additional information that they would let me know. I was busy signing out hundreds of other cases. I was still cutting cases, and this was not the only case that I was working on.
She's like, I didn't have time to look at this again because I was on my way out. I was closing up shop. I had no, yeah.
And during that time, you weren't provided with any additional information from the law enforcement that did cause you to change anything.
No, because my understanding was the investigation was still active.
Okay. And from that point on, obviously you have nothing else to do with it, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
All right. She was a good witness. I thought they got a lot out of her, and now there is this witness who doesn't have a whole lot to say. Whoop.
In 2022, I was working for the Office of the Medical Examiner.
Okay. What were your duties and responsibilities at the?
If you're wondering why she speaks oddly, it's because she's actually super sick and she is struggling. So we're gonna cut her a break.
What does that mean? You were handling the toxicology.
So all of the samples are collected during the autopsy, and then my role would be to get them ready and prepared to be sent to their various labs for testing.
I see. Okay. So in this particular case on March 5th, did you receive some samples from Dr. Omer?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What did you receive?
I can't recall directly. It's been a few years.
Okay. Do you remember? Now, let me just give this to you. No. One of those three blood tubes?
Yeah, it says on the third blood tube that the doctor requested that it be held in our freezer at the OME for possible future testing.
And is there these tubes that they're collecting in? Is there something? Are they just blank test tubes, or is it they prepared with anything?
No, they're prepared with things. So there are two gray tops, and a gray top, it's a vacuum seal container. It's just like when you get your blood tested in a hospital. That gray top indicates that there's something inside the tube to prevent the blood from clotting. Okay. The other tubes, it looks like they were red tops, which means there's nothing inside of those. So they're still vacuum containers, but there's no additive inside. And then the gastric and liver samples are in, it looks like a cup. So that would have just been a small plastic container.
With no preservatives?
With no preservatives, correct.
So you have those 6 samples that you're going to send out, 1 you're preserving?
Sorry, correction, 7.
Yeah, 6 that you're going to send out, 1 in addition that's going to go away.
Sorry.
Or stay, rather.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So how do you package those up, and what's the process?
For NMS in particular, the process would be I would take the requisition form and I would use the online portal that NMS has. We enter all the information that includes the case number, the patient name, date of birth, date of death, date of collection, the person who collected it, what was collected, and then the tests that are requested. Once all that information is put into the system, a form is printed out and it has all of that information on it. I'll use that form to double check against the samples to make sure that everything matches, so that everything as far as the case number, the name, what the samples are, everything matches on the samples versus the paperwork. Once that's done.
All right, so paperwork is important.
Now let's talk about histology. Did you get histology samples?
Yes.
Okay.
My phone
Did you
thinks
have
I'm
a
trying to talk to
particular
her.
experience and training
Maybe I
in
should try to
histology?
talk to her.
Yeah, prior to working at the medical examiner, I was a histology technologist at a hospital. I am board certified as a histotechnologist through ASCP, the same board that certifies doctors for medical examiner. So yeah, I have some experience in that.
Okay. So did you have a particular position within the OME regarding histology at that time?
It didn't really have a title, but I did oversee the histology lab, if you can call it that, or the histology storeroom.
I see. And in this case, when did you receive any histology requests on this case?
It would have been collected at the time of autopsy. So on the form here, it says March 5th.
Okay. And is there a delay for sending it out?
There can be. So histology is a different process than regular blood testing. So histology tissue needs to be what we call fixed in a formaldehyde type solution. So the histology samples were sent to an outside laboratory in California, and they would all be batch sent, usually once a week. And so while waiting, they would be in a container of that formaldehyde solution.
Now, is any staining or anything done at the lab or done by you?
It would be done at the lab.
And in this case, what did the OME send out to histology?
So it looks like, so histology is labeled alphabetically. Each alphabet letter is one cassette, I guess. The tissue is placed into a plastic cassette. It's about 2 centimeters by 1 centimeter. And so each cassette is labeled in that way. So it looks like there were samples of heart, right lung, left lung, liver, kidney, hippocampus, epiglottis, lymph node, and coronary artery that were sent.
Okay. Did you receive the prepared slides afterwards?
Yes. It shows on the form that I signed and dated that.
When did you get it back?
On March 23rd.
Of 2022?
Of 2022, yes.
Thank you. That is all that I have for this case.
And no questions. All right.
And process evidence.
Do you have any type of training to perform that responsibility?
Yes.
Describe.
We're
In the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
Sure.
subject to the pains and penalties of perjury.
She's more important.
Thank you. Have a seat.
They don't actually get to the cross of her today.
Good afternoon. Afternoon. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Chelsea Gibson, GIP as in Papa, SON.
Move that microphone a little bit closer to you. Just pull it forward. Yeah.
Better?
Better. Thank you. Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Total about 7 years.
What is your current assignment?
Lead crime scene investigation technician.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 4.5 years.
What did you do before you were the lead crime scene technician?
I was dispatching for the county. And while dispatching for the county, I would do part-time as helping out with the evidence room and.
I actually really like this bit. And I don't know if most people caught it or what, but she started out as a dispatcher and then she became a crime tech. Now, I mean, a lot of the time dispatch is not really like a job that leads to much. So, I mean, I give her serious props for being like, you know, she's working on things. She's moving up. I love to see it. Like, good for her.
So as a lead crime scene technician, what are your main responsibilities?
To oversee the evidence room and respond to crime scenes, to document, analyze, collect, and process evidence.
Do you have any type of training to perform that responsibility?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury.
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science with a minor in criminal justice. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association of Identification. I have over 700 hours of training in crime scenes, death investigations, and digital evidence, as well as being Celebrate certified as a operator and physical analyzer.
Thank you. Were you on duty on March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And were you called out to a scene at 282 Willow Court?
Yes, I was.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-1, and you can put it up for the jury. It's been admitted. Is this the scene that you responded to?
Yes.
Approximately when did you arrive?
Approximately 6:30 in the morning.
Who else was there when you got to the scene?
Family members and law enforcement officers, Lead Detective Woody, OME Sessions, and Deputy Orville were on scene.
What was taking place when you arrived?
OME Sessions was finishing up with her investigation of Eric Richins.
When you got there, what, in general, we'll get to the specifics, but in general, what was your primary focus when you got on scene?
To document the scene and assist Detective Woody in looking for anything that could have explained Eric Richins' death.
I want to begin by talking about the crime scene generally. Was a 3D scan completed of that home?
Yes, it was.
What is that called?
We utilize what's called a Matterport. It's a camera that takes a three-dimensional scan of the inside of the residence.
We're gonna see more and more of this. It is really cool what they do with the house, but yeah.
That allows the user to remotely or virtually go into the scene at a later time. It also takes measurements during the scan.
Did you create one of these 3D scans for the home at 282 Willow Court?
Yes.
When was that scan completed?
I believe it was May 8th of 2023.
So not the night you arrived, but sometime later?
Correct.
How, functionally, how does it work when you're creating the scan?
Essentially, it's a large computer that takes a three-dimensional photo. It's placed on a tripod, and you scan in different areas of the home. Typically, you want to keep about 5 to 7 feet from the previous scan. The program will then let you know if your next scan is too far, and it'll have you rescan at a closer point so they can be spliced together. And then it's uploaded onto the Matterport that then creates a three-dimensional view of the scene itself.
And you did that for the scene in this case?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 1-15D, like Delta 6. Let's pause it. I don't want it to play yet. I'm going to stand over here so that I can see what's on the screen too for now. Do you recognize what's on your screen?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a video documentation of the Matterport that shows a walkthrough.
And this is the scan that you just talked about completing?
Correct.
I'm going to move to admit 1-15D6. No objection.
States 1-15 Delta 6 is admitted.
If we could publish that, please.
Sure. Brittany, this one only exists electronically, if you can make a note of that. Oh, wait a minute. I noticed it incorrectly. Can you give me the number one more time? I should clear.
I'm probably gonna order some spicy soup because I am starting to feel it, and I'm like, I gotta get some food in me that is soup.
1-15D6.
One second. That is not the number that's listed for a 3D scan.
They're having exhibit issues.
Here, take a look here. This is why we're confused.
Okay.
Is that what you have in mind?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And some
Did
salad.
you say so? The reference to search warrants is something else.
That description. The description is on.
No problem. Got it. 1-15D6, a 3D scan from Matterport, correct?
Correct.
Admitted. And published now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I believe it's up there already.
My apologies. Keep going.
And so, Ms. Gibson, Scott, you can go ahead and play the video or the scan, I guess. As we're walking through, if you could just describe what we're seeing.
So we're passing a couple of the kids' bedrooms. I believe this is Ashton's, and then it shows into Weston's room.
I don't want to see the kids' rooms. We don't need that.
And as the scan turns, you can see the shared bathroom, and it'll take you into the master bedroom.
Okay, there we go. I mean, this is creepy AF, but
And from the master bedroom, it's going to move into the master bathroom.
also it's kind of motion sicknessy.
And it'll show the master closet as well. And now we're going back through the master bedroom, through the main hallway of the home.
And that's our front door there to the right where you enter?
Yes, to the right is the front door, and then Carter's room right in front. And then there's a set of stairs that leads to the attic. And then to the left is the living room.
And then we see the buffalo there. What is it? I see people saying, I thought that this house would be bigger. I'm like, what do you mean you thought this house would be bigger? Their living room is as big as my entire house. Like, this space is like my entire house. Is this this space. So yeah.
And now the living room's connected to the dining area and the kitchen.
We see a black case on the countertop there. Was that your equipment?
Yeah, that's what the Matterport was in.
I'm trying to see if Mrs. Runkle wants food
And where
as
are we headed
well.
now? This is the mudroom hallway, connects to the kitchen, and then the laundry room and a half bathroom to the right. And then the attached garages to the left.
So turning your attention back to March 4th of 2022, what specifically were you doing on scene when you got there?
I was there to assist Detective Woody in documenting the scene as well as collecting any items of importance.
When you say documenting the scene, how do you do that?
It's a lot of photographs and taking notes.
As you were doing those things, did you see anything out in the open that might explain the death of Eric Richins?
There wasn't any obvious signs when I arrived on scene.
Did you see any THC gummies?
No.
Did you see any drug paraphernalia?
No.
They do find gummies, though. So
we've asked a couple other witnesses about drug paraphernalia, but I don't know if any of them have described what it is. Why don't you tell the jury, what are we referring to when we say drug paraphernalia?
A simplified version, it's anything that is an item or a piece of equipment that can be used to consume or conceal illicit drugs. It's typically known as pipes, bongs, needles, can be concealed in little baggies.
So you mentioned that you took some.
And drug paraphernalia typically means specifically things that are like unique to that. Rob asking, do I like spruce grouse? I don't think I've had spruce grouse. So
photographs. I want to turn your attention to the master bedroom. Did you take some photographs in that room?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 1-10 and 1-11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
What are they?
Overall photographs I took of inside the master bedroom.
Fair and accurate depictions of those rooms on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-10.
110 and 111 are admitted. Do you want to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Did you also take a photograph of a nightstand in that bedroom?
Yes, I did.
I think we've already admitted this exhibit, so if we could put up 1-9. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Oh, and this is another photograph that you took?
Correct.
Now we see a safe there. Did you later look in that safe?
Yes, later on that day, yes.
What was located in that safe?
Inside the safe were a couple of firearms, a large amount of cash, I believe some ammunition, I believe an empty checkbook, and some handwritten documents.
what? So they've got a safe with guns and cash, and I'm like, okay, cool. Cool.
All right. As you were in the bedroom, was Mr. Eric Richins was his body still there?
Yes.
And did you document that as well?
Yes, I did.
If we could see exhibit 1-7, please, for the witness. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
The overall photograph I took of inside the master bedroom showing where the deceased was located when I arrived.
Fair and accurate representation of the scene on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-7 and publish, please.
17 is admitted.
And so this is where Eric Richins was when you arrived?
Correct.
Did you look through the bedroom or did you look around the bedroom to see if there's...
Yeah, this is the case in a lot of places. All not obvious ends are regarded as homicides in Sweden until determined otherwise. So self-endings, OD, sudden decease. Yeah, a lot of them treat them as though they're a homicide until they have proven not.
Anything that was significant that might have caused his death?
I doubt they're going to show us his gun collection. I suspect that was probably excluded as prejudicial because he's like a hunter who collects like expensive shit. I'm guessing he had a lot of guns. So yeah.
I looked around the bedroom a little bit, yes.
Did you find anything that stood out to you that may have caused the death of Eric Richins?
Nothing that could have caused his death, no.
Now I want to talk about the bathroom that's attached to the master bedroom in the closet. If we could have exhibit 1-12 and 1-13, please, for the witness. Are they up for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are those photos that you took?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representations of the scene that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 112 and 111 or 113.
1-12 and 1-13 are admitted.
And, so again, did you look through the master bathroom and the master closet?
I looked through the master bathroom.
Okay. Any THC gummies found in there?
No.
Any paraphernalia found?
No.
What about, I should have asked these questions for the bedroom too. Did you see any THC gummies in the bedroom?
No.
Any drug paraphernalia?
No.
Okay, let's move to the kitchen. Did you yourself look through the kitchen?
I did not know.
Are you aware if anyone else did?
I'm unsure who looked in the kitchen.
If something of significance would have been found in the kitchen, would you have been notified?
Yes.
Speculation.
Would you rephrase the same?
Sure. As other people were around the house, what would the protocol?
So the objection there is if somebody else, she said, if somebody else found something in the kitchen, would you have been notified? And she says, yes, but the objection is speculation because how the fuck would she know? Like, how does she know that her coworkers aren't, like slack asses, right? Yeah. Is poutine a thing in Canada? Poutine originates in Canada. That said, it's hard to get good poutine here in Alberta because good poutine should properly be with like fresh curds. I'm gonna be in Quebec March 13th. We're doing a meetup in Quebec March 13th. Mark your calendars. But I'm gonna have some poutine while I'm there. Difference. People use the wrong gravy. People use like weird ingredients that are not gravy. People don't use fresh cheese curds. A lot of the stuff that's sold as poutine is not poutine at all. So
All have been if an item of significance had been located.
what is poutine? It is French fries, like fresh French fries. It is gravy. It is like cheese curds, and the cheese curds melt together, and it's really good when it's like the actual stuff. But a lot of stuff is sold with like mozzarella instead of cheese curds. It's like the best drunk food on the planet.
If an item of significance is located, I would have been notified to photograph and document.
Did you do that with anything in the kitchen?
No.
What else did you do on March 4th?
I collected a few items.
So this is the argument. The argument is basically, the argument here is, well, there weren't any gummies around because they would have taken pictures of it, right? And and somebody says like cottage cheese, not like cottage cheese. They're like cheddar cheese curds. So yeah.
On scene and that were transported to the sheriff's office.
What were those items?
Medications in Eric Richins' names, and there's a sheet underneath the bed that was kind of balled up.
Approximately what time did you leave the scene at Willow Court?
Approximately 8:29 in the morning.
Who did you leave with?
Myself, Detective Woody, Omi Sessions, and Orgo. We all left at the same time.
And to your knowledge, when you left the scene, were there any other law enforcement officials still there?
No, there were not.
You were the last
If
ones
they
to
don't
leave.
squeak,
Correct.
they're not the right curves.
To your knowledge, were there other searches made
they're
at the
stale.
282 Willow Court home?
Yes.
And were those searches subsequent to March 4th? Were they different than what you did on March 4th?
Yes.
How were they different?
With a search warrant, we have more reason to search the home itself. So it's a more extensive search of the actual home itself.
Search warrant basically starts opening up all of the doors, right? So, once you got a search warrant, they can go into all sorts of places. Whereas if they're searching with consent, there can be rules, there can be limits. And because somebody can throw them out, if it's a consent search, they often don't they often like have to limit how much they search, right? Because they're not going to do things like, hey, let's go through your underwear drawer, right? Yeah. Wait, Big Apple Hoosier, I fly for free. I'm there for curds. I am envious if you fly for free. If I flew for free, I would be flying all the time. So
We're looking for specific items pursuant to the search warrant. So typically we're looking in cupboards, cabinets, drawers, inside closets, inside boxes, inside pockets.
And so compare that, what you're describing with the search warrant search, to what you did on March 4th. How is that different?
March 4th, we didn't have too much information to go off of on what we were looking for specifically. So we weren't looking through every drawer, everything. It was more so to the naked eye.
So talking about when a search warrant is performed, how many times have you been part of searching a home or something else for a search warrant?
I responded to the home on Willow Court 8 times.
And what about in general as a crime scene technician? How many times have you assisted investigators in executing a search warrant?
I don't know about including search warrants, but overall including search warrants and crime scenes, over 100.
So when a search warrant is executed, are different officials on scene given different assignments?
Yes.
How are those assignments made?
Typically it's the sergeant over investigations or lead detective, and sometimes the crime scene will assist.
What are the different assignments that are made for the personnel on scene during a search warrant?
We give them names such as a searcher, a finder, photographer, and a scribe.
And describe for the jury what each of those assignments mean, what those people would do.
As they're given
We're gonna
assignments.
jump ahead a little bit from the assignments. We don't need that.
So we'll wait till our scan takes us back to the master bedroom.
Oh, fried cheese curds. Ooh. Ooh. I want to do that.
And if we could pause it there, please. So if you can use our magic pointer there, and on your screen, it should let you point out what item of significance was located in this room.
Also, I have to do this. Thank you, Robert Price. That was very generous. And yeah, it was direct sent, so it's not a super chat I can pull up. But thank you so much. All right, now I'm hungry for
You might have to
poutine
aim it
as
at
well.
Scott's computer. He's got the receiver.
That was working for a moment. It's a very small cursor.
It might not work. It's too far away.
It vibrated. I don't know if that helps.
Well, why don't we
Oh,
look
wait.
at, that's okay. We can talk about what we're looking at here without the clicker, even though I wanted to use it. That's okay. So describe for the jury what we see on the scan that was different from before.
There's a yellow dot that's kind of pointing towards the nightstand.
And what item was located there?
A green iPhone.
Okay. Now you've got a box of items beside you.
Yes.
If you could please grab item 9-5 or exhibit 9-5. And go ahead and open that up.
Open it.
Well, before you open it, why don't we do it this way? Do you know what this item is?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the green iPhone that was collected that night.
And is that item in your hands now in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was located on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit exhibit 9-5. Yeah, no objection. Go ahead and open it up.
9-5 is admitted.
And you can just hold it up and let the jury see it. Did you determine who this, was it determined who this phone belonged to?
Yes, it was determined to be Eric Richins.
Now, what about in the master bathroom? Was that area searched?
Yes.
Scott, if you could continue playing our video or exhibit, sorry. Were there items of significance that were located in the master bathroom?
Yes, a few.
Scott, if you could, pause it there, please. So, what about in that closet? Was there an item of significance located in there?
Yes.
If you could grab from your physical exhibits, exhibit 9-1.
Terrible.
Ms. Shirvak, just so my notes are complete, the date of the search, would you confirm that for me one more time?
All right, skipping ahead a little bit to this moment.
Was there a particular bottle within that bag from those items that you took a photograph of?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have exhibit 1-20, please. Do you recognize this?
It's not. There it is. Yes.
What is that?
It's a photo I took of what was located from that section of the linen closet.
That's a photo that you took?
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of what you collected from there?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 1-20.
No objection.
We can publish, please.
20 is admitted.
Jenna, can we look at the actual bottle that she took out of the bag since she's taken it out? Can we open it and look at it, please?
You want to open the bottle, look at the pills?
There's no pills, but I want to open the bottle and see it.
There's pills in it.
Okay.
That this is a moment of like the defense not knowing what they're doing because they're like, we just want to open the bottle, and they're like, you want to look at the pills? They don't usually want you touching drugs in court, whether those drugs are like, you know, whatever. But yeah, and they're like, there's no pills in it. And the judge is like, there's pills in it. And the witness is like, there are definitely pills in this. And I'm just like, did they test all of the, like, why didn't they test all the pills? Because I would have wanted to test the pills just to make sure that none of those pills were like fentanyl.
Can I have her just open it? I won't touch it.
Why don't you initiate and exit at the same time?
Yep.
Just the record is clear. 1-20 is admitted.
Also, it's like, why are they just handling this with no gloves on? Now they put gloves on, but she had it in her hand before.
It's kind of hard to see in the photograph, but is one of those prescription bottles a prescription for quetiapine?
Yes.
And is that prescription?
Womp womp. So Kouri Richins has a prescription for a drug that's found inside Eric Richins. This is the kind of thing that's going to be tough to explain because they're going to have to sort of explain that. And the thing is about the only way they could explain that is if Kouri takes the stand. I don't think Kouri's going to want to take the stand. What I think they're going to want to do is they're going to say, you don't know that Eric Richins wasn't taking her pills to get to sleep. All right, but yeah.
That bottle prescribed to Kouri Richins?
Yes, it is.
After you documented and photographed these items, what did you do with it?
They were booked into the sheriff's office.
And I should ask you the same question that we did for 9-5. What, after that item was collected, what did you do with it?
It was also booked into the sheriff's office.
When you say booked into the sheriff's office, that's into your evidence room?
Correct.
Scott, if we could go back to 1-15 D4, please.
One moment, I gotta catch up to you. Go ahead, Scott. Go back to the video.
Yes, please.
Sure, Nick, let me know when you're ready to show the tree.
I am.
You are now.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're looking at the same view in the master bathroom, and we see another orange circle there. What was collected from that location?
Several packages of THC gummies and edibles.
Did you document those?
Yes, I did.
All right, so this is...
Okay, so we're looking at the same view in the master bathroom, and we see another orange circle there. What was collected from that location?
Several packages of THC gummies and edibles.
Did you document those?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead and grab Exhibit 9-11 for me. Scott, could you leave the video up?
That was me.
Oh, sorry. You're on. Thank you. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the items that were collected from that cabinet above the toilet.
Fair and accurate representation of those items that were collected that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-11.
No objection.
9-11 is admitted.
Did you document where those items were collected from?
Yes.
Where were they collected from?
They were inside the top shelf of the medicine cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom.
Inside the cupboard?
Correct.
Scott, if I could have Exhibit 1-16, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
A photograph I took of those items that were collected.
Same items we were just referring to?
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of those items on that day?
Yes.
We'll move to admit 1-16.
May I speak to Ms. Shavernak for a second?
Let me lay a little more foundation for what's in the photograph. So let's do it this way. If you could take exhibit 9-11, please, and open it up. Okay, and pull the items out of there.
Hold them.
Pull them out. Sorry.
Why is she taking an antifungal pill? There's lots of places people get fungus. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speculate, but she could have athlete's foot. She could have thrush. She could have, all sorts of things, right? I don't know. At this point, I don't think that the antifungal pill is super relevant. So, I mean, yeah.
So we see multiple items in that one package. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we could put the video back up on the screen. Can we put it back up for the jury? Sorry. Okay, so we were talking about the cupboard above the toilet, and then we were looking at a photograph that you took of all of these items. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in that photograph, are there items that were collected from other locations?
Can you go back to the photograph?
Scott, can you put up 1-16 for her, please? Just for her.
What are you referring to on the photograph?
So are there items that are in that same photograph and that are in that same package that were not collected in that cupboard?
There's a baggie and looks like a prescription box that are kind of out of focus.
And those items were not collected in that cupboard?
Correct.
But which items were collected from that cupboard?
The 3 dank gummies, the 2 chocolate brownies, the Helix Twist, and the 2 small baggies of gummies.
The clear baggies were located somewhere else, is that right?
I don't recall on that. I believe they were located in the same area.
I'm going to move to admit 1-16.
Your Honor, we object. That's she's not laid a proper foundation.
I don't follow. Would you approach for a moment?
All right, they're looking for that.
See. 6.
Yes, no objection.
Okay. 1-16 is coming in. Would you like me to publish it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Chelsea, do you need a moment to get organized, or do you need?
Might need some space.
Are we done with this one for now?
Yes, you can put that to the side.
Yeah, just give me 1 second, please.
Yeah, take your time.
Do we have a wipe?
Yep. I think she's asking for you have it. Okay. Yeah. Good. Okay. Ms. Sherbanek, please proceed.
So after these items were located, you photographed them?
Correct.
And what happened with them next? Were they looked into evidence?
Correct.
Scott, if you could put the video back up, or Your Honor, however that works. And you can let the scan play forward. Were there items of significance that were located in the closet?
Yes.
All right, if we could pause it there, please. If you could take exhibit 9-12, please.
So I like how they are able to tag where they found stuff in this. I mean, this is a cool system, but I worry about how these systems are going to end up possibly, changing the course of how the justice system works. and whether people will be convicted based on misleading use of these systems.
And open it up. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a pack of gummies that were located in the master closet.
In this location that you've indicated here?
Yes.
Okay. Fair and accurate representation of those items. Are those items in substantially the same condition as when they were located that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-12. No objection.
9-12 is admitted.
Go ahead and open it up. While we're doing that, Scott, if you could put 1-17 for the witness, please.
Now, I think I missed it in my timestamps, but one of the critical things is that they found no THC in Eric Richins' body. And THC is one of those interesting things because it sticks around for a while. So I'm wondering if he was taking gummies all this time to get sleep, how come he doesn't have any THC in his system, right? How come that's not a thing? The other thing I will note on all of that is that they said that they didn't find any gummies in his stomach, but they also said that they weren't expecting to find any gummies in his stomach because gummies dissolve real fast, right? Like if you put a gummy in your mouth and you just hold it in your mouth for like a couple of minutes, it's gone, right? So that is not surprising. But the conclusion that kind of comes to my mind at this point is, were they really Eric's gummies? Or were they actually her gummies, right? Yeah. The other thing is I see people saying gummies are not fentanyl. If gummies are made by somebody who isn't, somebody who's not, like, whatever, those gummies can potentially be something other than what's on the label, right? So that is a very real possibility.
All right. And then do you see Exhibit 117 on your screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That's an overall photograph I took of the master closet showing a mid-range of the item that was collected.
And that's that same item that you held up there?
Correct.
We could move to admit 1-17. And publish, please.
117 is admitted.
And so you might have to step down for this one. It's a little hard to see what we're looking at here. Point out for the jury what we're looking at here.
So we're looking at a pack of gummies that was located in the pocket jacket of this green jacket.
Thank you. If we could have the scan exhibit, please. You can play it forward, please. Was the kitchen also searched?
Yes, it was.
And were there items that were located in the kitchen that you documented?
Yes.
And I've been asking you about items of significance. The items you're looking for, those are items that were in the search warrant, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the search warrant told you what you were supposed to look for.
Yes.
All right.
Also note that the gummies appear to have shown up later, which, yeah. I see people saying this trial has ruined the word gummies for me. Fair enough. Fair.
You go forward just a small. There we go.
Marijuana edibles. That's what they're looking for. These are edibles.
All right, we can pause it there. Okay, so we're what area of the home are we looking at now?
Oh, we're in the kitchen now.
I don't hate Quebec.
And we mentioned that there were items found in here. If you could grab item 9-13, please. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a package of gummies that was located.
And those gummies that you have there, fair and accurate representation of what was collected on that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-13.
No objection.
9-13 is admitted.
And looking on our scan here, we see a couple of different indicators. Where were these gummies located?
It's going to be that orange dot where right above the refrigerator in that cabinet.
So the higher up dot.
Yes.
Okay. If we could show the witness exhibit 1-18, please. Do you see it? What is that?
That's a photograph I took of the item.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of where the item was located that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-18.
No objection.
And publish, please.
1-18 is admitted.
And then go ahead and open up exhibit 9-13. And those are the gummies that we see in the photograph there.
Yes.
After you documented these items, what did you do with them?
They were collected and then brought to the sheriff's office to be booked into evidence.
Scott, if we could have the scan view again, please. And you can play it forward. Okay, you can pause it there. Thank you. So we see a few other indicators of items that were located there. Was there an item that was collected from the kitchen counter?
Yes.
If you could grab exhibit 9-10, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that item, the item that was collected here in the orange dot?
Correct.
Indicated with the red arrow?
Yes.
Same or similar condition as when it was collected that day?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 9-10.
Sorry, I didn't hear say what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. What is that?
It's a set of tweezers and a small piece of plastic.
Ms. Nestor, 9-10?
No objection.
9-10 is admitted.
Where, so describe for the jury what, you can open it up and just let the jury see it. They can see through the bag, I think. What is this item?
It's a pair of tweezers that was located inside of a jacket pocket that was laying on the kitchen counter.
And so the jacket was on the counter. Tweezers were where?
Inside of a pocket.
The pocket of the jacket.
Correct.
What kind of jacket was it?
It was a woman's fitted black, medium-size Under Armour jacket.
After you collected that item, what did you do with it?
It was packaged and brought to the sheriff's office to be booked into evidence.
All of these items that we've just talked about, after they were collected, were they sent to the state crime lab?
Yes.
And were they tested there?
Yes, they were.
Did you receive a report back about the results of those tests?
Yes, I did.
Thank you,
We
Michigan
see,
Farm Boy.
going back to this.
Hey, and I'm splitting time between being a tax preparer, typing minutes for a board meeting tomorrow, today, now. Watching Andrea's coverage of a different trial than you. Wanted to throw in my support and catch up on replay. Thank you so much. And yeah.
Stand here and see
is
through
weed
the
legal in
doorway,
Canada?
another
Yes.
orange dot.
Yeah.
Was it an item collected from that area?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 4-16, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Was this an item that was collected from that same search warrant date?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that you collected that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 4-16.
Your Honor, we object on 401, 403, 404B.
Counsel, please approach.
All right. So what? Oh, wait. They haven't shown us the document yet. Yeah, weed is legal here. It is.
So we're going to pause on admitting or publishing.
So if I wanted to get weed, I don't know about this hour. I think the weed shop might be closed, but so in order for me to get marijuana, if I wanted to get marijuana, I would literally, I just walk like 3 blocks and then I go into a shop and buy it. I can show you, I bought like this. Here, I can, like, this is not an edible. I bought this at the weed shop, and these are pre-rolls. Now, I don't normally like smoking the stuff. The reason why I got the pre-rolls is because I was gonna do the flamethrower video, but it's been too windy, and now my fire permit is over. So we shack it. There aren't free hard drugs, but Juani, you're allowed to have legal things on camera. This is like an illegal, like it's a legal package, right? It comes with like the little tax stamp on it and all of that. But what is it? So the reason why I bought this, even though I don't actually like smoking the stuff, is that for the flamethrower video, I wanted to do the comedian thing where you have a cigarette and you light the cigarette off the flamethrower, but I don't smoke tobacco. So I got the joint so that I could light the joint off the off the flamethrower. I just got to figure that out. So yeah.
416, but you may have some more questions about it.
Where was item 4-16 located?
I believe it was located in the master bathroom.
4-16?
I would love drone filming.
If you don't recall, that's okay.
I don't recall this one.
Okay, no problem. Well, let's put up the scan that we were looking at of the home.
One moment.
Do you see the orange dot kind of through the doorway from the kitchen?
Yes.
Do you know if there was a black backpack located where that orange dot is?
Yes.
Do you know if this document was located in that black backpack?
Yes.
What else? Did you look in that backpack?
I believe I just helped document what was inside.
What was inside?
Several documents, as well as prescription medication and Kouri Richins' name.
When executing this search warrant, was a phone seized from Kouri Richins' person?
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-2, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a phone that was taken off of Kouri Richins that day that was booked as evidence.
Same or similar condition as when it was located that day or seized that day?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 9-2.
Your Honor, at this time, we renew our motion to suppress that was made earlier about the phone. We renew it at this time.
Okay. Your motion is denied for the same reasons previously stated by the court. 9-2 is admitted.
The only reason they're making that objection, given that it was already denied, is they're preserving their objection for an appeal. That's what that comes down to.
Item 9-2 was seized and collected. What did you do with it?
It was booked into the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
So we just talked about a lot of items that were collected. Remind the jury, what date were those items collected?
On April 13th of 2022.
So, and you were on scene when Eric died, and some time had passed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the house at 282 Willow Court searched on May 8th of 2023?
Yes, it was.
Were you present for that search?
Yes.
Again, was that search of the home pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show the witness Exhibit 1-15 D3, D like Delta. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is going to be, it's the same 3D model rendering of the home. This one's depicting items that were collected on the 2023 warrant.
Is that on May 8th?
Yes.
And again, the same scan that we've been seeing, but now you've added tags for items that were collected on a different day.
Correct.
All right. Similar to the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, were assignments made for this search warrant?
Yes.
Personnel. And what was your role?
To photograph, assist in a search, and also assist in doing the matter report.
What areas of the scene were searched on this day?
Every room of the main home, as well as the attached garage and the detached garage and shop.
What specific items were you looking for pursuant to that search warrant?
We were looking for several different items relating to, I believe, electronics, as well as documents, and don't recall what else, to be honest.
That's okay. So we talked about Exhibit 1-15 D3. That's something that you helped create. That's the scan.
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 1-15 D3.
Okay, 1-15 D is in dog 3. Okay, and just to clarify, I'm sorry, Your Honor, let me speak with Mr. Rowe. So this is just adding on the tags from the 8th.
It's not, I mean, iterative, it is iterative, but it's not in addition to, they're just the tags from that day.
Perfect. No objection.
1-15 D3 is admitted. Would you like us to publish?
Yes, please. Okay, so again, we're looking at the same scan, correct?
Yes.
And you have included tags for a different date that the house was searched.
Yes.
Scott, you can play the scan, please. And you mentioned that the whole house was searched again.
Yes.
And that included the bedroom.
All right, so now we're going to see the garage.
You're looking for electronics as well as documents. Does that sound right?
Yes.
That's what, I'm just reminding you what you said before. Were there items pursuant to that search warrant that were located in the master bedroom?
Yes.
I'll wait till our video catches up before I ask you about this. All right, you can pause it there, Scott. So we see 2 green dots on this screen. Were you there when these items were located?
Not when they were located. I believe I was in a different room.
Okay. But you were the person that collected them?
Yes.
And when they were located, did they remain in their original condition until you documented them?
As far as I am aware, yes.
Take item 9-15. And go ahead and open it up. What is that?
It's an orange notebook.
And is that one of the items that was collected in May 8th of 2023?
Yes.
And is where that item was located depicted on your screen?
Yes, it is.
Where was this item located?
It's going to be that bottom green dot that's showing in the top drawer of the nightstand.
We're going to come back to this item. I'm not going to admit it quite yet. So we see another green dot. Do you know what was located where that is indicated?
Yes, it's a blue iPhone that was located inside the top drawer.
If you could grab exhibit 9-4, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a blue iPhone that was collected from that drawer that day.
It's in the same or similar condition to when it was, as it was collected on May 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-4.
9:15.
All right.
This is correct.
Okay.
Let's go. Yeah.
No objection.
115 D5 is admitted and published.
Go ahead and play it, Scott. What items were being, specific items you were looking for this day? Excuse me.
Handwritten documents.
Did you locate any of those?
I assisted in photographing.
Document.
Yeah.
Okay, you can pause it there. We see purple circle on the screen there. Was a document located from that location on that day?
Yes.
Take exhibit 9-17. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is that the item? What is it?
It's a handwritten document of what appears to be a timeline. It was located inside that the kitchen cabinet.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that was collected on that day?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that one.
So it's a timeline. Interesting.
Just a moment.
So she's doing a lot of, all of those things there.
For exhibit 8-49 is a binder.
There's one up there.
There is one up there. Ah, yes. You need to look at some handwriting items. Okay. I'm showing you in States Exhibit 8-49. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this an item that was collected from the Richins home?
Yes, it was.
Was that collected during that November 7th, 2024 search warrant?
Yes.
Did you collect this item?
Yes, I did.
And book it into evidence?
Yes.
You took photographs of it?
Correct.
If you could turn to tab 16, please.
The tab we were just on was
K15.
K15?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I got to take 1 second. I'll be right back. We're almost done, but I got to take 1 second. Be back in a second. Okay, I'm sorry about that because I just had soup delivered and it is like 20 below outside. So if I didn't go grab it right now, it would have been a soupsicle. And, yeah.
Do you
Fair.
recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's coupons with handwriting on them. Like Christmas coupons.
I'm sorry, I should let you finish.
You're fine.
Finish what you were saying before I ask my question.
It appears to be like Christmas coupons that are handwritten.
Another item that was collected from the Willow Court home?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of this item?
I took photographs, yes.
And did you book it into evidence?
I did not. I believe evidence tech matter booked that one in.
Okay, but it was booked into the evidence room?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about a few other items that were collected. Did you collect other electronics in particular or not collect, but I'm sorry, I should use more precise words. Did you book into evidence other electronics for this case?
Yes.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-6, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
There are 2 cell phones that were collected from Robert Grossman.
And they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Those items in the same or similar condition as when they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-6. Just a minute on that one. You can open it up and let the jury see it.
Your Honor, we object to improper foundation. This individual can't testify who got those phones, that they came from Mr. Grossman. My understanding is they were just brought to her, and that's insufficient. We object.
Well, she can testify that these 2 phones were booked into evidence.
Right,
So
sure.
we can admit 9-6 as these 2 phones, right?
No. But we need a foundation laid of how the chain of custody of those 2 phones. Who got them and who brought them to her before they can come in.
Didn't she just testify that they were, forgive me, I may have misread the testimony. Yes, of course.
This is also super frustrating for jurors. And Kouri Richins doesn't get to hear it either.
Exhibit 9-6, 2 cell phones, identified, not yet admitted.
Yes. If you could grab Exhibit 9-18, please, and 9-19.
So the prosecution lost that objection because those weren't admitted into evidence. Those were just identified. So
okay, let's start with 9-18. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photo that, sorry, it is a phone that was collected during a search warrant of a Lauber's residence.
What kind of phone is it? Just the model or the make of it?
It's a Samsung.
Okay. And is that phone the same or similar condition as when you booked it into evidence?
Yes.
And I'll treat this one the same as 9-6. And if you go ahead and show it to the jury. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't entered it yet. I'm sorry. If you could take Exhibit 9-19, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a Motorola cell phone that was collected from off of Carmen Lauber's person.
Is that was that phone booked into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Okay. After I'm going to move away from these specific phones and just talk about some things that the sheriff's office does with cell phones once they're collected. When cell phones are after cell phones are booked into evidence, does the sheriff's office have the capability to download a cell phone?
We currently do.
What about in 2022? Did the sheriff's office have that capability in 2022?
No, we did not.
If the sheriff's office or an investigator in the sheriff's office wanted to get a download of someone's cell phone in 2022, how did that happen?
It was brought down to the RCFL.
What is the RCFL?
It's a regional forensics, computer forensic institution.
And so the downloads of the phones weren't done in-house at that time?
Correct.
And at some point, did that change?
Yes.
When was that?
Early of 2023.
What happened in early 2023 as it relates to cell phone downloads at the sheriff's office?
We obtained a program called Celebrate.
What is Celebrate?
It is a cell phone download program.
oh God, everyone's like, oh my God, why, why? We are all tired of Celebrate. But yeah.
Are you certified to use Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. How, not the technology part, but how physically, if you were going to download a cell phone, how would you do that?
We obtain the item from evidence and essentially plug it into the program, and then the program basically tells us what to do on the next steps, and it kind of breaks into the phone.
So kind of a plug and play type of thing.
Correct.
And you're certified to use Celebrate?
Yes.
Did you perform cell phone downloads in this case?
Yes.
Which cell phone did you download in this case?
I downloaded a few.
Okay. Do you remember which ones?
I believe Hayden Jeff's.
Well, don't say the name.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think the majority of them were iPhones.
Okay, that's fine. When a phone is downloaded using Celebrate, do you get a report after it's downloaded?
Yeah, it gives us the date, like the raw data.
Okay, from the phone.
Correct.
So turning away from cell phones now, I want to talk a little bit more about the Matterport scan. Did you use that, or first let me ask this way, does Does that software have the capability to do measurements? I think you mentioned that.
Yes.
Did you use the Matterport scan in this case to measure some certain distances?
Yes.
How was that done?
I select basically the X, Y, and Z coordinates on the scan itself and pretty much pick 2 separate points, and it will give you an accurate measurement within a 1% error rate.
How do you know it's within 1% error rate?
It's according to the company.
Okay. And so
The
you measured
company
some
says,
areas of the
good.
home in this case?
Yes.
And did you verify those measurements after Matterport gave you the distances?
Yes, we also physically measured them on scene.
Okay. And so did you measure the area from the master bedroom to the kitchen?
Yes.
Was that distance 55 feet 2 inches?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you measure the distance from the master bedroom to the front door?
Yes.
Was that distance 36 feet, a little over 36 feet?
Yes.
And you verified through that process you just described that those were accurate distances?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just a moment.
All right, jumping ahead. Who cares about the distances?
Yeah, I was able to obtain the PIN code, and then Detective Idris will finish it and obtain the download.
And just to be sure, let's show the jury which item we're talking about so we don't get the phones confused. We're talking about Exhibit 9-4.
It's a blue iPhone.
And this
Whiffen didn't fix the tool. Brennan's still out there.
was the phone that we, where was this item collected from?
Inside the top drawer of the dresser in the master bedroom. It was leaning up against the drawer.
And this was collected on May 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Would you approach Ramon?
Okay. So let's talk about some of the things that happened today that I think were particularly important. No THC in his system. No gummies found on the day of, but they weren't looking in closets and so forth. So, whatever. Not a huge thing. But the no THC found in the system is a big problem. And I think the gummies argument is not really going to fly because, like, all of these gummies, they don't actually, like, it'd be a great argument if they had a gummy somewhere that was, like, super fentanyl laced or something like that. And they could be like, all right, look, this gummy is fentanyl laced. And, yeah. So I think they're down to he took the pills out of the pill bottle. I think the fentanyl gummies is a weak argument. I think the better argument is, from the defense perspective, is he had pain. He was taking pain pills. You know, one of those pain pills turned out to be sketch and killed him, right? She's getting illicit pain pills for him. And, you know, people were making these pain pills with all sorts of stuff. And so I think that's really her best argument. Her worst argument is everything else she's ever put down in writing, which is like everything. But, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not a red herring, but I think it's busted, right? It's an argument that sometimes as the defense, you've got to float an argument in order to see if that argument will work. And then, you know, partway through trial, it might end up getting blown apart and you don't have an argument that works, so you give up on it, right? I think that's really what happened here. They're like, all right, we might argue gummies at the end of it. And if the gummies thing doesn't fly, then they don't fly. So I don't think the defense is completely dead yet. I don't think the defense is like, you know, I don't think it's over and done. But one particular door for the defense to go through in order to potentially argue, you know, this case, I think is closed. And So I think the gummies argument is at this point done. But we'll see. I mean, maybe the gummies argument will come back. This is probably a case where we will see some defense evidence, right? We'll see. If I was the defense, maybe they'll call friends to say, yeah, he took gummies. Maybe they'll call friends to say, yeah, he took pain pills. I don't know. Maybe they'll call an expert to say, it's a real problem that some of these street pills are fake pills and, and can be super toxic. The whole one pill, one kill thing. That's part of what they're leading into, right? What I don't think we're seeing, and yeah, this is the problem that I mentioned. Those could have been street pills made out of pressed fent. There's a huge problem with fake pills. Obviously, people who take pills for pain and get cut off look. Yep, absolutely. And a lot of the dealers, like there's a lot of people out there looking to buy drugs. They're looking to buy pain pills, and they want to buy pain pills that are real pain pills, right? They want to buy genuine, oxys, genuine whatever. And the thing is that so the dealers, the drug dealers, go and they do things like they get pill presses that look like the genuine oxy pills, and they produce it, right? It's super, it's super common that these pills that are sold on the street look like real pills, but are actually not, and are actually just, just fakes with fentanyl. So yeah, I saw somebody saying, will Kouri face civil suits? She's already facing civil suits. I don't expect Kouri's going to be left holding a lot of the money at the end of this proceeding. I suspect she's not going to be going to any luxury prisons for the rich. I suspect she's going to be in custody and just, she's going to be, working at whatever in custody job in order to get money for commissary so that she can buy soups. Right? That's that's what she's going to be doing. So, what is it? Kouri and her lawyers have said she'll testify. Ooh, I didn't hear that, but that's her testifying is probably a bad idea. I don't think she's going to get herself anywhere with testifying, but I mean, it's her right. She's got an absolute right to testify if she wants to, and yeah, it usually testifying doesn't help, right? Usually testifying makes things worse, not better. There are some exceptions. There are people who end up improving their case, but it's not a lot of them. And so when you see a lot of this, it's a lot of the time people testify and they try their best. The problem is A, liars end up looking like liars, and B, you get cross-examined, and cross-examination is tough to go through. Cross-examination is tough to go through for innocent people, honest people. It's really not so great for guilty people, right? So yeah, I don't think it'll go well for her. Of the trials we've covered, of the criminal trials we've covered, where the accused has testified, I think it's only it's only Rittenhouse where it actually worked out okay, and he walked. So yeah. Hasta mañana, nice. Do I have pets other than the doggos? I guess technically we've got some fish. I'm not actually sure how many fish we've got, but there are fish. And we got the fish as working fish. The fish were there to do work because we used to have a little tiny pond. And so the fish's job was when the pond was liquid, we'd put the fish in there and then the fish would eat the mosquito larvae and, then we'd pull them in for the winter. But the pond sprung a leak, and so we don't have the pond anymore. And so we've got the fish because we don't feel like we should flush the fish. But we Depp was great on the stand, but it wasn't a criminal trial. It was not a criminal trial. It's a different calculation, right? So, yeah. A fish sweatshop, kind of. Retired fish. Yep. All right, let's cover super chats here. We've got a bunch that I haven't covered yet. Cobalt Koi Wolf. Pupper's home from surgery and doing pretty good. Sleeping a lot, a bit of pain. Fingers crossed for a speedy recovery. Cheers. I always hate when the pups are recovering. Yeah. Potter was super cute earlier today. You know what Potter was doing? Yeah, sprung a leak. They've got like a pond liner, and then it just was leaking, so it leaked into the ground and all the water would go. So Potter doesn't really like snuggling. But I went and had a nap before the stream, right? Because I was like, I need to have needed to have a nap before the stream, and Potter waited until I was asleep. I tried to encourage Potter to get up into the bed. But he was like, nah. But he waited until I was asleep, and then he climbs up into the bed and snuggles up next to me. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. He's like happy to snuggle so long as he thinks I'm asleep. And yeah, that's kind of how he rolls. He's happy to snuggle so long as he thinks you're yeah. So, yep. I was like, all right. Meanwhile, Zora will snuggle so long as Mrs. Runkle is not home, because if Mrs. Runkle is home, she's going to hang out with Mrs. Runkle. But when I go to bed, she waits. She waits for me to come to bed, and she'll like come pester me. So like at midnight or whatever, she'll come and be like, when's bed? And because she wants to get up in the bed and snuggle up next to my legs. And it's super cute. But yeah. Chris Mullen, treat yourself to another Moscow Mule. Did so. Pick whatever you want. That's not how the game works, but thank you. Have a London Mule. Thank you. Shakespeare described Ramos perfectly. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. I mean, he's not actually an idiot. Fluffy buddy, happy to see you streaming again, Runkle. Happy to be here. Fellow pup lovers supporting your grift, thanks for covering. Thank you so much. Jamie Kevin, happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. 68 Jardog, never sent a super chat. Cool. I hope you're still here. I didn't see, if I'd seen that one, I would have responded to it a little sooner. Sorry about that. Suzanne says, thank you from Rhode Island for giving me something to watch other than the primary news in the U.S. tonight. I didn't know that it was the State of the Union. I'm not going to watch it because it's not my country. But yeah, Ohio Palm Moms, I appreciate the recaps. I can't take listening to the defense attorneys in real time. I hope you and Mrs. Runkle are feeling better soon. I mean, the defense attorneys are fine. That's what it comes down to. They're fine. Mackenzie Jabs, love watching you, Runkle. I catch up on anything I've missed with you from Tennessee. Thank you so much. Joy W says, no other place I'd rather watch this or any other trial. I've actually been to Tennessee a couple of times now. So yeah. Honk Banana, no. Disappointed none of the drink options were sarsaparilla. I don't know where I could get that other than ordering it online, and ordering it online's... No, wait, I might. Now I gotta buy sarsaparilla. Frag. I especially appreciate you pointing out the good gets for the defense tonight because it's taken a lot of effort for me to listen to Attorney Ramos and work all day. Ramos was doing better today. Hollister, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Leilani, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Shanta, Buffalo Bills safety. Damar Hamlin suffered a cardiac arrest on January 2nd, 2023, after taking a hard direct hit to the chest. He recovered, but had a long way to come back. Yep, it can happen. Creek Native Girl. I don't know if all doctors will, but a few times when my doctor has switched my meds, they've given Dispose RX packets. Also try that. I was not aware of those, but interesting. Morgan 908, that wall is aggressively, obnoxiously orange. It's like wood pattern. Vomit Fountain for the beverage goal. Thanks for your recaps. Thank you so much. Freedom, thank you. Much appreciated. Jody Callahan, I'm new. Runkle, your hair and skin are 100%. I'm loving your channel so far. I'm Quebecois living in the States. I'll be in Montreal when you say go. The 13th. That's the plan. 13th. We're going to make it happen. Josh Glover says, Mystery Meds was literally a case on this season of The Pit. I second the you need a meetup in the States. Western New York, please. I don't know when I'll next be in the States, but when I do, I will try to arrange a meetup. And yeah. Please say Basil again. I've got you on in the background, just video while tutoring, so I'll have to hear it later. Fair. What is the time for you right now? It is 11:11. So it's Basil, you silly Canadian. Okay. Jody Callahan says, my mother recently said we don't have an accent. We just pronounce words differently. Deadpan. She's a laser engineer, so very intelligent, but the Jet JJ, thank you for the coverage. I do like the Quebecois accent. Freedom, thank you so much. I give people snow blindness by walking outside in the sun with an ounce of skin showing. FL sun or Florida sun, baby. I hear you. I mean, I'm super pale, so the only reason I've got any color is because my skin is so thin you can see the blood underneath, and sometimes not so underneath. Unruly Julia, I love that. Helping with the goal, thank you. I'm also genetically incapable of tannings, as Meme Express. My mom keeps thinking she found someone as paler than me, only to find out that no, she hasn't. Amber Poe for the drink, thank you so much. Jody Callahan, this judge reminds me of Abraham Lincoln. My son is Abraham, but is called Bram after Bram Stoker's Dracula. Seems like I found the pale ones. I love that nickname, by the by. Jacqueline Weaver, Runkle, I hope you have a delightful time at your meetup in March. I live too far to attend, though I wish I could shake your hand to say thank you for your time and dedication to this channel. Jacqueline, I hope one day we get a chance to shake hands, because that would be awesome. Random unbreaded commenter, 2 hours late because of State of the Union, but here, 3 times speed. Thank you. Pearl Snaps, thank you so much for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Barb Zenzi, replay crew, we'll see you on the replay. Andre T23, hey, hi Runkle, just tuned in. Are you coming to Quebec City this Saturday for the anti-gun grab rally? I'm not. I already, before I heard that the rally was going on, I already had a thing booked for Vancouver. So I'm going to be in Vancouver on Saturday. Otherwise, I would think about it, but I can't. I'm in the wrong province. Random unbreaded commenter, woohoo! Finally caught up right in time for super chats. Fair enough. If they do another one, like another protest, then I will try to catch up, but or try to go. But I don't know when that'll be. Right. So yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna keep an eye out. But yeah. All right. So thank you all for watching. Hope you found this to be interesting. I'm gonna get some sleep. We're going to be back at this tomorrow, and I'm going to have some soup, and yeah. Runkle, come Utah last year. As such, you're welcome to stay free of charge in Jeremy Ranch. I don't know the middle of that, but thank you for the offer. I'll have to figure all that out. Is that to Utah? Yeah, I don't know. All right. There's something else I was going to say. What else was I going to say? I had a thing I was going to say. Why am I not saying the thing I was going to say? Oh, yeah, I don't feel great. I've got some illness going on, but I'm going to, that's here at Park City. Okay. I am gonna try to get some sleep. Hopefully recover. We'll see, but I'm gonna try to keep doing these as long as I can. Right? If I end up like absolutely knocked out with the flu, I'll let you know. But for right now, soup, sleep, back at it tomorrow is the plan. All right. Good night, all, and see you tomorrow.